never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if it was up to President Trump, he would have forced Bryan Kohberger to speak at his sentencing hearing. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the country mourns the lives of the 4 University of Idaho students Kohberger killed and prays for their families.
We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer.
Kohberger received life in prison without the possibility of parole for each of the murders. In a recent social media post, Trump said he hoped the judge would make Kohberger explain why he did it. Prosecutors said he couldn't be forced to speak because that's not part of the plea deal. The White House says former President Obama tried to sabotage President Trump after his 2016 election victory. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the newly declassified documents confirmed those allegations.
The Obama administration manufactured politicized intelligence, which was later used as the justification for baseless smears against President Trump.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said Obama officials suppressed evidence and withheld the truth from the American people. Leavitt says the documents also further confirm there is no collusion between President Trump and Russia. Obama calls the allegations outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. There are questions over the future of FEMA. California Congressman John Garamendi at a Capitol Hill hearing says he's concerned about what he's hearing from the White House.
In June, Trump said FEMA could be eliminated as soon as December, saying he wanted to wean off FEMA and bring it back to the state level.
The Bay Area Democrat says 1/3 of FEMA's staffers were eliminated in the DOGE process. The acting director, David Richardson, was criticized for his leadership. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 507 points. The S&P 500 rose by 49 points. The Nasdaq gained 127 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Kamala Harris may not have an easy path to the governor's mansion in California.
Former vice president has said that she'll make a decision by the end of summer, which is fast approaching, and Democratic donors are ready to shell out some big bucks. While most recent polls say Harris would have no problem winning if the vote was today, some strategists say her name recognition may not be enough to glide to victory. Some political experts are now saying that the potential challengers, both Democrats and Republicans, will use her failed presidential bid and possible Biden health cover-up as ammunition. I'm Jason Campadonia.
Mental health is in the spotlight after the brother of a late NFL star crashed his car into a post office.
Legal analyst Stephen Clark says this may be the best thing that's happened to Richard Tillman, who will receive mental health support in custody.
He will receive the opportunity for services and medication.
Richard's brother, Pat Tillman, left football behind and chose to serve his country in Afghanistan as an Army Ranger. Richard's family says he has faced mental health struggles for years and has not received proper help. I'm Brian Shook.
The price of Hershey chocolate is about to go up.
The Hershey Company confirmed Tuesday that it plans to raise its prices due to the increasing cost of cocoa and other ingredients. Cocoa is harvested mostly in West Africa, where cocoa crops have been hit hard by climate change and disease, causing prices to skyrocket. The price change is expected to take effect in the near future. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
world. Alrighty, well, would you looky there? Time to settle in for another night. Rolling up and down the highways and byways with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hi there, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another clear night outside the secret bunker. Waiting for the heat wave to begin building into our region. All right. We're going to get in on some of those triple-digit heat indices over the next few days. And for our friends in the Northeast, where you've actually enjoyed several pleasant mornings and comfortable afternoons, the heat is coming your way. Horse Feathers sent me an email, kind of a snapshot of his local forecast, where they're going to have air temperatures well in excess of 90 degrees for the next week, maybe longer. Well, we'll kick it off with a look at our travelers' weather. We see those heat advisories now extending all the way up into central Michigan. There's some air quality alerts in parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin. Now, we do have some shower and thunderstorm activity, not much of any of it really reaching severe limits. Some of these have prompted flash flood warnings with torrential rains. One zone there in south central Minnesota where they picked up 3 to 5 inches of rain over the last couple hours. But heat advisory is extending along the eastern seaboard as well. Through Delaware, portions of eastern Maryland, right on up to Philadelphia, New York City, into the Boston area for the next several days. And even excessive heat warnings through portions of southern Illinois, down through Arkansas, Mississippi, northern Louisiana. Been talking about it for days, and we'll still be talking about it days away, and that's the late July heat dome that's kind of shifting back and forth across a large part of the country here through the end of July. This is the time of year. Late July brings some of the highest temperatures typically for much of the country, but the heat wave combined with the intense sunshine and a lot of humidity, making it feel downright brutal out there if you don't have AC especially. Temperatures running 5 to 15 degrees above average for the hottest time of the year. Not necessarily record-breaking in terms of high temperatures, but overnight lows, some areas struggling to get below 80 degrees through the overnight hours. So trying to stay cool to get some rest is a difficult task without AC. During the days ahead, we're talking temperatures reaching 100 degrees from Texas to western Tennessee, just about every day for the next 1 or 2 weeks. A zone of strong high pressure and the northward bulge in the jet stream, the main source of sunshine and heat. Of course, the Gulf and the Atlantic both contributing to the high humidity levels in the central states. Vast fields of maturing crops are present right now. And you've got the evaporation from the corn stalks, otherwise known as corn sweat, that's boosting those humidity levels as well. Folks, check on your elderly and those who don't have AC. This dome of heat's going to stretch eastward late this week, bulging into the northeastern tier of the country. From later this weekend, then into next week, the heat dome begins to shift back a bit further west over the central states. All right, late in July to early August, the heat dome may expand to include much of the interior western USA. Of course, under the core of that heat, few, if any, thunderstorms. Thunderstorms will be quite active along the edges of the heat dome, where storms do occur. They can be especially nasty, lots of moisture and flash flooding concerns. But the heat wave, we talked the corn sweat, the heat wave over the central states may feel even worse than what we saw earlier this summer. Corn is partly to blame. It may sound unusual, but this common crop actually can change the weather. Corn actually produces humidity, if you will, or moisture that wicks off the plant on an average of about 4,000 gallons per acre per day, according to AccuWeather. That added moisture increases the humidity, which in turn raises the real feel or heat index, making an already hot day feel even more intense. It is the phenomenon known as corn sweat. It's still far more pronounced with corn versus other plants. For comparison, a large oak tree releases about 100 gallons of water into the atmosphere each day, 40 times less than an acre of corn. I mean, on a normal day, the humidity in the cornfield is substantially worse. You step out of the corn, you go, wow, that's a breath of fresh air. This past afternoon, temperatures climbing above 100 degrees in the heart of the Corn Belt, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, and Missouri. The effects of that corn sweat will continue to amplify the heat and humidity until the crops are actually harvested come early fall. Hot summer nights. There you go. Welcome in. Good to have you on board there. Philly Dan checks in out of the box from the city of brotherly love. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour, the eve of Friday. Democrats are coming out in outrage, saying, we don't indict former presidents. Right. We got a beautiful 75 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. 517 miles from the stench of rotten sewer, a.k.a. Washington, D.C. The International Space Station flew over twice. Yeah, last one about 15 minutes ago. Couldn't really see that one, too low on the horizon. But all right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Let's get the party started. Of course, the weekend is almost here. Marianne, good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Brett, good morning from the Mile High City, 69 degrees with clouds tonight. As Bob Dylan said, a hard rain is going to fall, and that's what we had for a while tonight. Tonight's my Friday, so looking forward to my weekend, spending time with friends in the mountains. Hope everybody has a great start to their Thursday, and hopefully the weather's a bit better tomorrow here in Denver for my weekend. All right, hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Gary, hello, Steve, the overnight crew, North Central Kansas. There's Norman with 85 degrees, rain possible. We're at the home 20 tonight. I'm kind of confused on my new medical card. According to Kansas, you don't self-certify anymore. The doctor has to contact the FMCSA. Then they notify the state to carry your card. So that is correct. That's the new change. In most cases, they're advising drivers to hang on to the paper copy of your medical card because they just rolled this out. It's been years in the making, but there are a number of states that are having technical difficulties getting that thing downloaded to the FMCSA and then to your respective state. So right now they're saying to be better safe than sorry, just keep a paper copy for the time being anyway. But that's one of the big changes that just occurred over the last month. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in my last night in Aurora, 64 degrees. Like Brett said, we had a hard rain, thunderstorms, flood warnings in the area earlier. I'll pick up about noon Central Time, then start headed towards Minneapolis. The Messiah knows the Department of Justice cannot touch him due to presidential immunity. But that doesn't mean the others who collaborated with him cannot be investigated. Whether they get charged is according to how well they hid their tracks. All right, Reds won, Braves lost again. I got a feeling they're going to start moving players. But the problem is not many of them are doing anything, and the ones that are, they need to keep them for the future. All right, have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Yeah, Reds pitcher, what was his name? Lodondo, pitching a shutout with 0 walks. Complete game. First time since, I believe it was Johnny Cueto of the Reds did that back in 2014. What a day. So there you go. Congratulations. 844-844-3388. We roll into a brand new day. Good to have you on board.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotshotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, looking to kick off a brand new day here. What do we got? Thursday, Friday Eve, as we turn the page on the calendar. 24th day of July here. Yeah, believe it or not, the upcoming weekend, final July weekend of the year. August knocking on the door. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Thursday, whatever. Let's see, 154 days till Christmas. Heads up, the Ohio State Fair and many county fairs are going on at this time. Matter of fact, I did see yesterday, Thursday, or Wednesday, was the kickoff day for the Ohio State Fair. So a lot of traffic up in and around the Columbus area, especially over the next couple of weekends. Got a lot of concerts on a nightly basis. All right, got the usual run tonight. Had to turn the AC back on yesterday. Getting a little too warm at the home 20. Right now, clear skies, 75 degrees, rolling ice, 71 in the bluegrass. All right, good to have you with us. Speaking of horse feathers, the heat wave, are you cursing our friend Heat Wave, taking his name in vain?
Hey, yeah, I guess somebody should. Somebody should take him out back and, out back to Woodshed there and, give him a little bit of attitude adjustment. But, yeah. So what'd you think of that subject line? Is that what caught your attention about that email?
I guess you could say that, yes.
Yeah, all emojis of sweating to death and lots of bad words. But yeah, so apparently that's also put a little damper on the people wanting propane delivered. So my Thursday's a no day. So I actually just got done finishing Wednesday's work because I went and loaded my second load, but it went right past my parking spot, and I decided after being out for 10 and a half hours, it could set for, 10 hours or more and find out what was going to go on for Thursday here. And I was hoping there'd be a Baltimore load to go with it, since the load was headed towards Baltimore, and I'd just get up and do it on the way and go down and continue my day. But it ended up that I just turned around and went back home. So we've traded the red oval for the blue oval, and we're already halfway back to the house, Your Honor.
So going to be a short night for you. Hey, it won't be long. We're talking about the summertime, the corn sweat, all the the moisture coming out of the won't. Yeah, I guess here it won't be long once they harvest all that corn. There's a big need for propane. They use propane to dry that corn out, right?
Depending if we keep having weather like this without moisture coming down and the corn sweating out its moisture, if it can get its moisture content down low enough without having to do it, mechanically with the grain dryers, they don't like to use propane if they don't have to, because you get more dollar per bushel if you don't have to put money out for propane to dry it.
Gotcha.
So if they have weather coming up that they're going to be able to keep drying corn on the stalk, then they'll actually wait their harvest a little bit. But if the monthly prediction of moisture looks like it's going to be keeping the corn stalk soaked with rain and not allowing things to dry, then you got to get out. You got to get out and get your crops in while the mud's not too deep, and you can still get your equipment around the fields. And especially now in the days of no-till, since nobody plows ground or disc ground anymore, they want to keep it as smooth as possible, and they don't like making ruts in their fields and having extra compaction. And when you go out and drive in the mud, you do a lot of compaction and you do a lot of rutting up, and makes the fields tough to use the next year without having to do something. So they, as I say, they try to do most of it. Look at that! There's a pretty buck. Holy crap! Probably at least an 8-point, Your Honor. Still got some velvet on him. He's rubbing it off, but probably an 8-point buck. So anybody looking out here, deer have their antlers out.
Oh boy!
But anyways, so yeah, it'll be a couple months, and we'll be in the full run of rut. But anyways, so yeah, I don't know. So that's the farm report for tonight. We're doing pretty good. We got a few different reports there every now and then. And you're right there about the medical card deal, because I got my notice from the state of Maryland saying that they do not want me to come to the motor vehicle department with anything that has anything to do with the certification of a medical certificate from a certified medical examiner. The medical examiner does it all himself, and if he doesn't get it in to have it there for you and you get caught and they didn't do it, it's still you in trouble because they didn't do their job.
Right.
And you have no way to prove unless you actually have a copy of the medical certificate or even carry the long form that you're supposed to give to the carrier if they allow you to have that. Now, some medical medical providers actually will not give the driver the long form copy. They think it's their responsibility to personally give it to the transportation people, no matter who pays for it. So I don't know. I guess it all depends on which doctor or chiropractor or whoever you go to has their own opinion.
And they're supposed to get that in within 24 hours of your medical exam on any given day. It's supposed to be turned around in 24 hours.
Yeah, good luck with that. And then, but the problem is not only do they have to get it in, the other end has to receive it and actually record it correctly. So the state has to record it, and the federal government has to record it, and good luck with that. We know how government works, Your Honor. So anyway, so what's this deal that it's okay to indict Republican past presidents, but not Democrat past presidents?
That's about the extent of it. Yes, sir.
And wouldn't you know that you come out and say something about Obama, and there's a bombshell. What's this latest bombshell that they're talking about from the Wall Street Journal now with Epstein and Trump? There's a major bombshell they were talking about on the nightly news.
The report is supposedly Pam Bondi told Donald Trump that his name was in the Epstein files. Supposedly that occurred sometime back in the spring, according to a source. according to a source.
So what mole in the White House did this? I mean, somebody's head's going to be on the chopping block for that one if there's actually a source that supposedly said that or allegedly said that. So that alleged source is, I'm thinking maybe they should have kept their mouth closed, because I think they're going to be able to figure out who it is pretty quickly. Because it's a pretty tight bunch down there, and if there's just a couple that might be saying something, there's going to be some finger pointing, and it's all going to be probably at maybe one or two people, wouldn't you think?
That's probably either that or it's just another totally fictitious thing, and brought up. I think the Wall Street Journal and then the New York Times ran with it. And the DOJ is already responding, saying it's all a bunch of fake news, is what they're saying.
Are you telling me that somebody would actually print in black and white ink, black and white newspaper fake news? Yeah, no, that would never happen, Your Honor, because it would be there in print. It would be there in print.
Not with the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times, right? Hey, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump wanted the judge in the Brian Kohberger sentencing to ask him why he killed 4 University of Idaho students.
By continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power.
Judge Stephen Hippler says there would have been no way to know whether Kohberger was telling the truth. Hippler says he hopes no one works with Kohberger to write a book or movie or give him any more publicity. Former President Obama's office is pushing back on recent claims by President Trump about the 2016 election.
In the Oval Office Tuesday, Trump brought up a criminal referral from Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard that alleged Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered. In a statement, Obama's spokesperson called the claims outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right, it's a pretty simple task. Yeah, 844-844-3388. Just as it could be very well the smartest man in the world did. Morning, Doc.
Well, that's right. It could be the smartest man in the world. Maybe so. You remember the other day when I called you, Steve? I was broke down, remember?
Yes, sir.
What I broke down when I called you that day? I think I was. I can't remember. Yeah, I was broke down there close to Memphis, and I said I was going to go look at the Harley Davidsons the next day.
Right, and you had just got a Harley though. It's you were having
no. I bought a Honda. Remember?
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Here, well, I bought a Honda about 3 months ago, that Valkyrie. But I said I was going to go look at a new Harley, but I didn't know if I wanted to pay that much money for one.
Yeah.
Well, the Harley Davidson shop was only 14 miles from where I broke down at in Nashville, so I decided to go down there, and I was just going to look around, and look, maybe buy me a shirt or something. And I wound up buying that Harley, Steve.
They reeled you in.
Yep, I got me a Road Glide. It's not a brand new one. Well, it's almost new. It's a 2021 Road Glide. It had 7,000 miles on it.
Okay.
I wound up buying it and left it with them because I had no way to get it home. But they're going to ship it to the house, and I get ready to ship it. But I left it with them because I'm having me some new, Harley pipes put on it so it'll sound better.
Yeah.
So I can get that real sound out of it. And I'm having a stage 1 upgrade kit put on it. So I wound up buying the damn thing. Broke down and wound up buying a Harley. Who does that?
See, now you got to go win another poker tournament.
Yeah, I know. My daughter said, I hope you don't break down near a marina next time. Well, you'll buy a boat. I said, yeah, possibility. But I like it. I drove it. And today I sold the Honda.
Well,
I wound up selling the Honda
that
today,
didn't take long.
I got rid of it.
That's a quick turnaround. That's not bad.
Well, yeah, that Honda Valkyrie, it was a beautiful bike, and I sold it today, so I got back actually a little more than I had in it, so I come out pretty good on that.
That's the way to do it.
I'm just going to take all the money from the Honda, and put it on the Harley Davidson. But these new Harleys, you can't beat them. I rode that. I really wasn't going to buy one, but I test drove it, and I never rode nothing so smooth in my life, Steve. That Road Glide limited. That's a road light limited now. It's not the regular road light. It's a limited model. And I rode it, and you just cannot beat it. But you know the brand new ones, the brand new road lights they got down there, $44,000, Steve.
Wow.
For the brand new one. So I got this one for half price of the brand new one, and it's 7,000 miles, so it's almost like brand new.
Sure.
So I did pretty good. I did pretty good on it. But I'm going to tell you something, Steve. I am so tired of the news hearing about Epstein. I mean, who gives a shit about Epstein? The guy's dead. Why don't they just move on?
Right,
They're
right.
running this thing in the ground.
Yep.
And I'm tired of them talking about Obama I'm tired of that Russia thing, too. On both sides. I'm tired of Obama. I'm tired of the Epstein thing. What the hell has that got to do with anything at the kitchen table is Epstein and Obama? Nothing. They wasting all their time on all this crap, and they ain't getting nowhere. I mean, it don't affect us. Does Epstein affect you?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
I remember every time I went to Epstein Island, you know, I had a good time and left. Every time I went out there to the island. So, you know, whatever he done now, he's dead. He moved on. So why don't they just move on from it? They're going to be dragging me in this. Wait to see, because they're going to find out I went to Epstein Island, you know, a couple times.
Yeah, right. You're on the list, huh?
Well, yeah, I went on my pontoon boat. You know, me and old Big Ed used to go out there to the island on the pontoon boat.
Oh.
And I think Monkey Gouger might have went with us one time, but went out on a pontoon boat. It's called Dirty Harry told us to. You know, Dirty Harry's the one that put us up to it. So we can blame him for it. But yeah, we took the old pontoon boat out there to the island one day, and they welcomed us to the island. They seen us in this old 1993 pontoon boat, and you know. They thought, you know, they thought we were upper class, Steve. We had on the cut-off shirts and, you know, shorts and flip-flops on, so they thought we were upper-class rednecks. So, you know, they invite us to the island there, Steve.
Good times. Good times. Wow.
Yeah. But I tell you what, I got to quit breaking down, man. Every time I break down, this time it cost me quite a bit of money. Not for the fix the truck, but buying a new motorcycle. But I'm going to go touring on this thing. It's a touring bike, Steve. I'm fixing to retire fully. And when I do, I'm going to start wintertime, stay south like Florida, go to Arizona, stuff like that, hit the flea markets out there. Wintertime, go up to Montana, Idaho, ride around. I may even ride up to Alaska. This one here will go to Alaska. I was wanting something I could ride to Alaska on, and I got some friends in Alaska right now. They rode their Hondas up to Alaska. They had the same Valkyrie that I had, and they rode them to Alaska.
Wow.
So I may ride the Harley up to Alaska. Going to Sturgis next year. Planning on Sturgis next year. Me and a couple guys, we're gonna ride up to Sturgis. We're gonna ride all the way to Sturgis from Georgia. Ride all the way to Sturgis, so South Dakota. That'd be a pretty good ride, though, Steve.
That's a lot of miles. Yeah. The freedom of the open road, Doc.
Yeah, and this bike set up, I'm put a CB radio on it, so I'll probably get me a CB so I can aggravate the truckers when I'm riding down the road on it. But anyways, I wanted to check in with you, Steve. It was good to hear old horsey fellas there a while ago, and we'll holler at you later. Tell Monkey Gouger I said howdy if you hear from him.
Have you heard from Big Ed? As of late, it's been probably nearly a month, I think, since we heard from him here.
I ain't talked to Big Ed in a while. I don't remember seeing his post in the last couple of weeks on the Facebook. Maybe I need to check in on him and see what he's up to.
I've been kind of wondering. Hope everything's okay with our buddy there. Maybe I'll have to give him a call.
No. I seen him.
All right, Doc. Well, safe travels out there. Thanks for checking in. And so that means somewhere down the line he's going to have to take more time off. So he just got back on the road after 2 weeks out there. You're riding that Valkyrie around the country. All right, 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up here. Industry headlines. Well, it is official. The Department of Transportation has withdrawn the proposal to mandate speed limiters on commercial vehicles. It's a little anticlimactic, as the DOT had already announced their intention to do so. However, the lack of surprise doesn't make the news any less significant for the thousands of drivers who openly opposed attempts to slow trucks down below the posted speed limit on many highways. This goes back to the Biden administration 2022, as we know, that wanted to require speed limiters on most commercial vehicles. Trucking safety groups were calling for a top speed of 60 miles per hour, even though trucks would be traveling on highways with speed limits posted as fast as 80 and in some cases 85. Thousands of drivers united in opposition. The FMCSA picking up more than 15,000 comments on that notice, most from truck drivers raising concerns about the danger of the speed differentials, the road rage that it would cause, and the inability to accelerate to avoid a crash in some instances. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association helping to rally truck drivers to stop the mandate. So with the withdrawal, in the notice that's scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, July the 24th, Thursday, the FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration pulling the rulemaking in light of significant policy and safety concerns and continued data gaps that create a lot of uncertainty about the estimated costs, benefits, other impacts of the proposed rule. Those two, the FMCSA, the NHTSA, have decided to withdraw the proposal. OOIDA celebrating the decision to kill the speed limiter proposal. The old ways of doing things in Washington are over. Executive Vice President Louis Pugh says after nearly 20 years, Big Trucking's proposed speed limiter mandate is dead. This failed proposal represented the worst of Washington and the worst of trucking. Big corporations trying to use big government to undercut small businesses and increase corporate profits. Not only would this proposal have harmed working-class Americans, small business truckers in our communities, it would have made our highways less safe for everyone. We thank Secretary Sean Duffy and the Trump administration for prioritizing safety, small business truckers, and common sense. Now, that's the good news for now. For truckers, is that the speed limiter mandate is off the table for the remainder of the Trump administration. Of course, OOIDA wants to end the proposal for good. That's why they're still encouraging lawmakers to support the DRIVE Act, which would prohibit the FMCSA from issuing any rule or regulation mandating speed limiters in the future. Without the DRIVE Act, there's the potential for this to be resurrected when a new president takes office. The DRIVE Act would help end the game of political ping pong over speed limiters that started nearly 10 years ago. The good news is Secretary Duffy was able to move quickly through executive department action to change the rulemaking. The bad news is the next administration, if it's left side of the teeter-totter, if they're on the left side, they could put it back in place. So by passing the DRIVE Act, that would codify it, giving assurance no matter who's in charge. In the White House, the regulation would not exist. So continue to support the DRIVE Act. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, earlier this week, we had several trucking industry leaders testifying before the Senate committee there in D.C. Some of the discussion was the 9 initiatives that were unveiled by the Department of Transportation last month that prioritize truck drivers. Now OOIDA's asking lawmakers to do the same in the next highway bill. Louis Pugh was one of those speaking before the Senate Surface Transportation Committee on Tuesday. That the DOT's willingness to listen to truck drivers is a welcome, long overdue departure from the old ways there in D.C. Coming up, we'll tell you a bit more of what he had to say. Of course, another speaker there was the ATA president, Chris Spear. And one of the topics he brought up as Congress begins working on the next highway bill that go into effect next year. Now, he said he's ready for the transition from a gas tax to an annual vehicle registration fee to help pay for maintaining and improving roads and bridges. Chris Spear said, we're looking seriously at advocating for a registration fee that applies to everybody, trucks, cars, electric vehicles. Now, you already register your vehicle at the state, the motor vehicle agencies. You simply pay for what you normally would pay in fuel costs at the pump. You get rid of the gas tax, the tire tax, and you put it in a registration fee. So obviously, there's going to be a lot of folks that say, hey, I barely drive. I don't even drive 10,000 miles a year. Is my registration fee going to be the same as the guy that drives 100,000 miles a year in their automobile? Spear said the cost of the annual fee could be roughly $200 to $250 for cars, with payments spread out over the course of the year. It would be more, obviously, for the trucking industry, but that's fine. He says we're willing to do that. It would capture everyone, and it's fair, he said. Speaking on behalf of the small carriers and owner-operators, Louis Pugh said OOIDA does not support. He said, while we support a registration fee for electric vehicles, which do not pay fuel taxes to pay for infrastructure, we are not yet ready to abandon fuel taxes. He said, I think we need the intestinal fortitude to raise the gas tax because it hasn't been raised since 1993. You pay it at the pump and it works. Why create something new other than having electric vehicles maybe pay their additional registration fee? Congress for years has been making up for gas tax shortfalls in the Highway Trust Fund by transferring money from the Treasury Department's general fund. But with the Highway Trust Fund estimated to be depleted by 2028, lawmakers are considering alternative payment options by the trucking industry to try and keep it viable, including maybe weight-based user fees. And of course, then there's always been a lot of discussion about the base your annual fee on the number of miles driven to kind of keep the playing field level. Why should the individual, as I said, that drives less than 10,000 miles a year, pay the same registration fee as the individual that's running 50, 75,000? Hey, good morning to the Grump. How the heck are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Not too shabby. Weekend's just around the corner.
And I talked to Big Ed last weekend, I think, or last Friday or something like that. He's doing good. He's just working days a lot. So
okay.
He wasn't able to call you, but give him a buzz and bend his ear a little bit. I can't stand Chris Spear and his witticism. He's an idiot, number one, because all Chris Spear is trying to do is create another problem for the small mom and pop trucking companies of 5 trucks or less. If he wants to replace the fuel taxes that, if you're out here running, you're buying 24,000 gallons of fuel a year, running one truck, how much does he think that's going to be in fuel taxes? At 24 cents a mile or whatever it is right now, or 24 cents a gallon right now. I mean, that's going to be a chunk of damn change for the small trucking companies to have to absorb, and he knows that. And it would be nothing but more pleasing to him than to shut more of these small companies down. And hell, Steve, we're already paying $2,300 a year for license and registration fees and permits and everything. I don't know. I think he's a jackass. He's somebody that has created him and the ATA. They're the ones that's created all this visa driver crap that's going on right now with all the non-English speaking, because they bought so damn many trucks during COVID and everything that let's just flood the market with trucks and everything, because the rates and everything are so damn high. And as soon as the rates start falling, they start laying people off and stuff like that and saying there's a driver shortage. But, he's a bonehead. All the rest of them are. They need to sock the electric vehicles and things like that with a registration fee and or a mileage tax or something on the electric vehicle where they have to declare their mileage every year. I think that'd be fine for them. But as far as, the rest of us having to pay a registration fee for, to replace the fuel tax, he's an idiot, and Oida's right. It would just devastate a lot of these small companies. But I gotta agree with Doc. I'm sick of listening to this Epstein crap. There ain't nothing going to happen about it. All it is right now is just a bunch of he said, she said kind of stuff. They're going to make their claims, and Obama and that bunch of criminals that he had in his White House and in his administration is going to do just the opposite. So the best thing to do is just put the report out there, say it's here for everybody to read. I think Megyn Kelly had a hell of a, she analyzed all that today, and, I was listening to some of her show, and she had a couple of people on there that actually got some of the records, through FOIA, and we're bringing them up, and it made a lot more sense, but I don't know. And we're looking at right now at all the, damn, there was a guy just hit a deer. I'm out here, I'm going across 64 here in West Virginia, up in these damn hills, and man, the deer has been crazy out here tonight.
Yeah, you're the second caller out of 3 that's because Horse Feathers passed a 8-point buck here a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't know what that one was, but he just knocked it out in the median. But it's it was a buck though. But it was a big old buck. But yeah, they're definitely running tonight, so it's got to keep your eyes open, I guess. But I look for the speed limiter to be brought up again right after the Trump administration's out by somebody. It'll be another one of these Republican Democrat joint bills that will bipartisan bill that will be brought on in the name of safety. They love to bring that crap up. But how safe is it to create that kind of a problem? The problem out here is not so much the truck speeding. It's everybody speeding. When I look.
Yeah, well, hold that thought there, Grump. Closing out hour number one, just like that. News update just ahead. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com. Hey, good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed secret. We share the science behind common diesel.
Turbo.
The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
For first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
A judge has sentenced Brian Koberger to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murders of 4 college students in Idaho. Koberger admitted to the 2022 murders in a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He also did not have to explain his motive for killing the students as part of that deal. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice for a criminal referral.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers coming forward.
President Trump backed Gabbard, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump has yet to endorse any candidate for New York City mayor while he goes after Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani.
In a recent cabinet meeting, the president suggested his administration would get involved if Mamdani wins.
New York City will run properly. We're going to bring New York back. I love New York. I love New York for a long time. We're going to do something for New York. I can't tell you what yet, but we're going to make New York great again.
It comes as the New York Young Republican Committee calls on Congress to disqualify Mamdani, calling him a, quote, insurrectionist. The president has threatened to arrest Mamdani if he is elected and refuses to work with ICE. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 507 points. The S&P 500 rose by 49 points. The Nasdaq gained 127 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Beef prices are at a record high, passing $6 a pound for the first time since records started being kept in the 80s.
There are a few things to blame for the surge, including drought that's made cattle feed more expensive. That's led ranchers to send more cattle to the slaughterhouse to try to make up the difference, which in turn squeezes supply. The number of beef cattle in the U.S. is at its lowest since 1961, according to the Department of Agriculture. I'm Michael Kastner.
A legal battle is underway between the California Department of Motor Vehicles and Tesla.
The DMV is suing the EV maker, claiming the company misled consumers about its car's self-driving abilities.
This is a rare and a very real opportunity for a public win to refuse to let corporations manipulate public safety systems or public systems at the expense of public safety.
Supporters of the DMV's case against Tesla gathered outside an Oakland courthouse. They displayed nearly 60 makeshift tombstones to symbolize lives lost in accidents involving Tesla's self-driving feature. I'm Brian Shook.
The former owner of a pub in Everett, Washington, has been sentenced to 109 years in prison for spiking drinks and sexually assaulting customers.
39-year-old Christian Sayer owned the historic Anchor Pub in Everett. Detectives used DNA evidence to connect him to a 2020 sexual assault case. Sayer was implicated in over 20 felonies in Snohomish County and 8 in Washington County, Oregon, where he will be extradited to face charges there. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. Alrighty, welcome back. Welcome aboard as we roll into a brand new day just like that. Now we'll call it Friday Eve, 24th day of July. Because everything's better on a Friday, right? I'm not sure where the actual close was, but I know this past day the markets were again approaching record highs. We've seen a number of records set in the last couple weeks. The latest is more positive news with the president and Japanese prime minister announcing this week they'd agreed on a trade deal that will include a 15% tariff on all U.S. imports from Japan. Part of that agreement, Japan will invest $550 billion in the U.S. and will open its economy to American automotive goods and rice. Perhaps most importantly, Japan will open their country to trade, including cars and trucks, rice, and certain other agricultural products, says Trump. Japan is the 5th largest U.S. trading partner in goods, according to the Census Bureau. Two-way trade between Japan and the U.S., $227.34 billion last year, with Japan running a trade surplus of nearly $70 billion. Now, they said this is actually something that will benefit both countries. All right, according to the Japan Times, the 15% tax on imported goods is a reduction from the 25% rate that the president said he would impose in a letter to the Prime Minister of Japan. The new agreement, good for Japanese auto giants like Toyota, Honda, and Nissan, which previously had a 27.5% levy on cars and pickup trucks exported to the U.S. Now, they say they'll still have a 25% tariff on imports from factories and suppliers in Canada and Mexico, excluding goods that follow under the USMCA agreement. The Philippines was also another agreement, the trade agreement. Philippines and Indonesia announced this week. Smaller countries, but nonetheless, the White House also announced 19% tariff on all imported goods from the island nation of Indonesia. Indonesia will not charge tariffs on U.S. imported goods. Trade with Indonesia totaled $38.3 billion last year. Some of the key imports from Indonesia include electrical machinery, solar panels, palm oil, leather shoes, and cocoa butter. One step at a time. But all right, back to the grump. Thanks for hanging in there. Where'd we leave off there?
Talking about those tariffs here, that's certainly got to piss off the socialists in this country. They somehow believe that only the wealthiest people should pay enough taxes where it's going to support the poorest people. I think that's one reason why this Mandani or whatever the hell his name is in New York is leading in the polls right now and is so is resonating so much with some of these younger generation. I'm talking between 18 and 35 years old. It's that whole generation, Steve, has been coddled, and who in the hell told them that working hard and earning your own way in this world is a bad thing? I have no idea. That person, other than probably another socialist or somebody, but that seems to be the word of the day, is that somebody else is going to help you along the way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like it's a rite of passage now to get a check from somebody. That's one reason why it's so damn hard anymore when you see things out here in the stores and medical and all this other stuff that is so damn high, especially your medical, because the government has subsidized so much stuff right now that people know they're going to get a check, and it just, I don't know, it just burns me up to see somebody like Mandani talking about rent being frozen. Why would he tell somebody that, you know, a homeowner or something, what he could charge for his rent, I'd burn that damn house down in front of him. You know, it's just crazy how people like that, they see everything wrong, you know, and he's been the most coddled and you know, he's been a person of wealth his entire life. His family was quite well off. And it's always that group of people that steps up. Look at, you know, AOC and the rest of them idiots. They've all been privileged their entire life, hadn't had to work, you know, had always had somebody paying for their college and stuff like that. You know, they're the ones that are stepping up and saying, you know, well, hell, you know, somebody can help you along the way. How about getting off your sorry asses and doing it for yourself just once and seeing how you like it? You know, it just drives me up the damn wall to see stuff like that. You know, if the money people are not making suits them, you know, suits their lifestyle, then why in the hell don't they get a better job or get another job? You know, I've worked, God, ever since I was 10 years old, working in the fields and, you know, cutting gypsum weed and stuff like that out of beans and corn. And, you know, I've always had money in my pocket for one damn reason, because, you know, pride takes over at a certain point. You know, I don't go to, damn, I almost hit a black bear.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, he just walked right out in front of me. Yeah, just a damn black bear. I guess deer ain't the only thing out. But
I'm telling you, wow.
Off the shoulder of the road, right out in front of me there. Yeah, that would have tore up a Western Star. But you know what I'm saying. It's you know, it's this group of people. They do it for votes. You know, they know these people that 18 to 35 or whatever is the dumbest class of people there is. You know, not only are they lazy, they're dumber than a damn stump, because they honestly buy into that crap. Like, yeah, let's spend somebody else's money. You know, and everybody will tell you socialism works just fine until you run out of other people's money. And then it's, you know, it's going to be like Venezuela and so many other places. You know, and one of the reasons why they like socialism so well is, look how many people still living at home. You know, how many adults are still living in their parents' houses, you know, not without a care in the world. The electric bill's getting paid. Hell, if they can afford to, you know, hand them a little dollar once in a while, you know, to help out, well, then that's a pat on the head. You know, when it ought to be a boot in the ass saying, get out of here, go make your own way, you know. I don't know, man. I tell you, it's disgusting to see the class of people that we have right now that is voting, because they're not voting for what's best for this country. They vote for what's best for them and their pocket, you know, and it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, work hard, you know, pay your own way, and you owe nobody nothing that way, you know, instead of feeling like you're always on the hook. I got family members I can't stand, and we'll tell them. You know, I got nephews and stuff, you know, well, you know, hey, you know, we always needed a little hand here and there. I said, no, the only hand you needed once smacked you upside the head to bring you into reality, you know. But it's, you know, that's just the way it is, but I don't know. But, you know, we're looking at, you know, getting back to these tariffs and things right now. You know, I'm just kind of curious what kind of pickup trucks and stuff like that, because it's opened up to Japan, whether they're going to buy American-made Toyotas, American-made Hondas, and American-made, you know, Nissans, and send them back to the damn, since they're sending most of their money back there anyway, and how they're going to get around some of these tariffs and things, because they're, you know, Japanese will figure out a way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's, you know, they're very smart on their economics and how they can manipulate the markets and things like that. They've done it for years. They're just like China, and you know, I don't know. It's you know, I guess as long as we're bringing in money and everything, maybe those tariffs will replace the fuel tax. Who knows? But you know, we're looking at what, $1 trillion worth of tariffs at the end of the year is what they're shooting for.
That's what they've been saying. Yeah,
that's a quarter of our budget right now. You know, well, you know, we don't have a budget, but it's a quarter of our deficit. So, you know, maybe we can get on track with. You know, and all that's going to do is service the damn interest rates on all this debt we have. And if it even does all of that, I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's you know, you just it's a crapshoot anymore from day to day. Fuel prices is up a lot. You know, I've listened to that. You know, well, fuel prices are low. No, they're not. And you know, getting back to Chris Spear and that bunch, you know, they get so much money on, their trucks and everything get so much money on fuel surcharges and things like that just adds to their bottom line on so many company trucks. And how many of these companies, like the big ATA companies, are leasing trailers out to, when we went to this, just-in-time freight, people quit warehousing freight. They started putting it on trailers. They make just enough to do this and to do that and to get it out on the highway and to get it sold. But now, you see a lot more warehousing of freight. How many trailers do you see parked at some place that just lined up? And I see them all the time. They use them in the meat patch just to cool down loads and things like that. They'll load them on a lot of these big carriers, but they're paying them to do it. Hey, let's lease your trailer here or rent it for a week so we can cool down meat and use them for storage and stuff like that. They're making money regardless. I don't know why this idiot would want to come up with this ridiculous notion of having another fee added to your already high license fees and things like that. Like I said, it's about anywhere from $1,850 to $2,300 depending on what kind of license, how many states you get and everything else. And I haven't seen anything anywhere where it's going down. Everything just seems like it's right up there. I don't know, buddy. I think they need to do some soul searching here and see a lot of these small mom and pop organizations and companies and things need to really take a good look at this and say, look, why don't Chris Spear just take care of the ATA stuff and leave us alone?
Right.
And but they got so much political influence out there right now with the almighty dollar and campaign contributions and stuff like that. That gives them a little bit louder voice than what OIDA does. When you look at the
right.
ATA gives out millions and millions of dollars in campaign donations. It buys them some clout here and there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's about all I got for you tonight, man.
Good to hear from you, Grump. Thanks for checking in. And all right, watch out for the wildlife out there. Yeah, deers, bears. What else in the mix? Our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right. Headed to the beach, looking to cool off in the Northeast this weekend. You know, the heat wave's going to be in full swing. Watch out for the big shark. Yeah, according to AccuWeather, the biggest ever shark tagged in the Atlantic has been tracked swimming dangerously close to one of America's top summer vacation spots. The 14-foot, 1,653-pound apex predator nicknamed Contender, after the research vessel used by the organization recently detected off the coast of Nantucket, Massachusetts, about 30 miles from Cape Cod, 100 miles south of Boston. The Marine Research Group, the nonprofit OSearch, which monitors sharks around the globe, said the adult male is about 32 years old, still going strong, well within the typical great white lifespan of 30 to 40 years. The shark was first tagged in January near the Florida-Georgia border and has since made a 1,000-mile journey up the East Coast. He has pinged more than 40 times along the way, including in February off Vero Beach, Florida. Then in June near Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, Contender's tracker pings whenever that dorsal fin breaks the surface, while there's an Argos satellite overhead and allows researchers a glimpse into the migration habits of these top-tier predators. Experts say great whites often head north in spring and summer, following prey and cooler waters, making this latest sighting near Nantucket an unsettling but not an unusual event. Now, while he's big, Contender is still smaller than the bloodthirsty antagonist of the 1975 blockbuster hit Jaws. While Contender is an impressive 14-foot long, he is no match for the fictional behemoth. Were you aware in the Jaws film, that was a 25-foot killing machine that terrorized Amity Island near Martha's Vineyard. Now, experts say a real-life great white shark that size is simply not possible. The largest great whites have been reliably measured right around 20 feet. Anything larger than that is likely impossible. We know this because scientists have been able to calculate the size of white sharks at different ages, show that their growth kind of levels off when they hit about 40 years old. So you could roughly estimate a white's age based on the length for its first few decades of life. If you measured several white sharks between the ages of 40 and 70, their lengths would all be similar. They're just not going to reach 25 feet. But anything between 16 and 20 is a real monster. So, a marine biologist issuing advice to beachgoers to keep them safe from shark attacks. The best thing to do, she says, is just remain calm. If you do want to get out of the water, just slowly kind of back out of it. That way you can keep an eye on the shark while getting out. Any type of screaming, splashing, they can feel the vibrations of all that, and it's definitely going to make them more interested in pursuing you or at least checking you out. I don't like the idea of swimming with any shark, let alone a 14-foot great white. All right, let's see here. News break just around the corner here. Looks like Eagles up and at 'em, out and about. Be the first time he's checked in this week. And we're already rolling toward the weekend. Just a moment to give you the latest as far as travelers' weather. There's a broad area of drenching showers, gusty thunderstorms, shifting from the southern Atlantic coast to the northern Gulf as the week progresses. AccuWeather says they're focusing on this zone for potential tropical development over the next several days. We tend to watch the tail end of fronts and storms in the middle part of the atmosphere for conjuring up tropical development close to the U.S. during the midsummer months. We have both currently hanging out near the southeast U.S. coast and in nearby waters offshore. Tuesday morning, thunderstorms extended along that front from off the Carolina coast to the northeast Gulf. Meanwhile, a swirl of clouds, showers, and thunderstorms was visible off the east coast of Florida, extending over the northern Bahamas. Those two zones have generally consolidated into one closely packed swirl over the north-central Gulf as of Wednesday afternoon. If the swirl organizes further and intensifies, it could evolve into a tropical depression over the next few days. The next tropical storm that develops would garner the name Dexter. Now, even without robust tropical development, impacts will spread west along the Gulf Coast states, especially along the Interstate 10 corridor. The first and most widespread impact will be torrential downpours and flash flooding as the thunderstorms and showers spread westward and kind of persist along the upper Gulf Coast, they tell us. Rough surf and rip currents may also become a problem for swimmers around the thunderstorms, and especially if some tropical development actually occurs. But where those downpours persist along the upper Gulf Coast, we could talk 3 to 6 inches of rain falling, much of that in just several hours' time. So keeping an eye for tropical development. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment.
A judge has sentenced Brian Koberger to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murders of 4 college students in Idaho. Koberger admitted to the 2022 murders in a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He also did not have to explain his motive for killing the students as part of that deal. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice for a criminal referral.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers coming forward.
President Trump backed Gabbard, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TELL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. All right, a lot of police activity up near Cleveland this past day. 3 police officers shot in what they're calling an ambush situation. And they're in northeast Ohio, Lorain, Ohio. According to the Elyria police, about 1 o'clock this past afternoon in Lorain, which is about 30 miles west of Cleveland, the acting Lorain police chief said 2 officers were parked in their cruisers eating lunch when they were shot. A 3rd officer who responded to the scene also shot. 3 officers injured in the incident. At least one of the officers suffered serious injuries. Suspect ultimately pronounced dead at the scene. They've not released the identity, just the fact that it was a 28-year-old white male. But obviously prompting a large response from multiple agencies, including the Elyria Police, Elyria Fire. Elyria Police are investigating the shooting because it involved the members of the Lorain Police Department. A statement from the Elyria Police: we stand in unwavering support of the brave men and women of the Lorain Police Department. Our thoughts and prayers with the officers and their families. Roads, including a portion of nearby Interstate 90, were closed while transporting those injured to the hospital. Senator Bernie Moreno posted to his social media pages saying his team is monitoring the situation. Police believe there's no other suspects. The area is now safe. Governor DeWine shared a statement this past evening saying his support for the victims and their families. I have been briefed on the horrible officer-involved shooting in Lorain, which appears to have been targeted attack on law enforcement. Fran and I are praying for the officers who were shot in the line of duty today. Our thoughts with their families, friends, and fellow officers in Northeast Ohio. But this situation just reminds us, those who work in law enforcement risk their lives every day for the safety of their communities. We are grateful for the men and women who willingly and bravely serve and protect. Again, that from Governor DeWine this past day. Eagle, up and at 'em. I guess you spent a few days there at the home 20 maybe, and back on the road now, I presume?
Yeah, I've been home in Texas for a couple of days. Yeah, take a couple of days. These four-wheelers, they're very aggravating these last couple of weeks, with holidays and all that. I'll be glad when school gets started, get these people off the road. I came down out of, I wanted to ask you something about Ohio, but when I get started. But I came down out of, Lexington, Kentucky a couple of weeks ago, about a week or two ago. It was a total nightmare coming down 75. All those people from Ohio and Michigan headed down to Georgia and Florida to the beaches, just wall-to-wall traffic all the way down 75 through Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, all of it. It's just a total nightmare. So the sooner the school starts, the better. And get some of those people off the road, because they don't respect trucks whatsoever. And, I'm surprised they didn't have even more accidents. But I wanted to ask you something, Steve, right quick before I get started. Talking about NASCAR and a couple other things. Hey, I looked at a video today, and I don't know if you know anything about it, but they had some kind of disturbance on a bridge in Ohio that goes into Kentucky. And
yes.
I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a police officer that's beating the hell out of this guy, a white guy, a protester, and a woman. Very dangerous situation. Somebody could have easily got thrown over the bridge into the water. Have you seen that video of this officer beating the hell out of this guy?
I have indeed. That was actually along the bridge, the Roebling Suspension Bridge connecting Cincinnati to Covington, Kentucky, and it was on the Kentucky side. That was Covington police. They made 13 arrests in total, but I was gonna ask Pappy about that the other night. I forgot to ask him because he's had to make designations and reviews anytime someone in his department uses force in making an arrest. I kind of wondered, was that excessive force? It looked a little bit excessive to me when they were because pretty much beating the hell out of the guy.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Maybe if Pappy called in tonight, maybe if he hasn't seen this video. But, like I said, there's always, a start to the video too, Steve. They didn't, what made this officer get so agitated? I don't think he just, walked up to the guy and started. At least I hope he didn't.
No, there were.
At least walk up to the guy and start beating the hell out of him. Huh?
It was a group of protesters that were actually they were blocking the bridge. It's a 2-lane bridge, and they were blocking the traffic, so they had to shut the bridge down, and they were trying to get these people off the damn bridge.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, if he wouldn't have been on the bridge, the officer, he definitely was overboard. He may in the heat of things. But, like I said, protesting, he shouldn't have been on the bridge to begin with. If he wouldn't have got beat, he wouldn't have got beat down like that if he wouldn't have been, he was in the wrong place. But the officer definitely looked like he was out of line. And, now with all these cameras and stuff, everything is being photographed. I was wondering if you had seen that, because I heard that it was up in the Cincinnati area. But I was in shock when I seen the way that officer was behaving. So we'll see if he needs to definitely be suspended or something, because that was ridiculous. But okay, now Steve, getting back to some other things with the NASCAR. Okay, I'm gonna say a couple quick things, and then I want to move on to this Trump situation. Unfortunately, NASCAR. Yeah, they go into Indy this week, a big race, one of the biggest races, of the summer. Indy race, so that should be interesting. This weekend, I think it's going to be, I don't know, it might be on Saturday. I'm not sure. They may hold it on Saturday. I'm not sure if it's going to be Sunday, but I'll definitely be watching that. The Indy race, that's always a pretty decent race for NASCAR. Dover was pretty decent race last week. I watched a little bit of that while I raced last week. Yeah, I'm trying to wait for football season to start. We only got another couple, about 30 days left, and we'll have some football action to talk about with Ohio State and the other top contenders out there, Michigan and Texas and other schools. So, they usually kick off right September the 1st. So we got about another month before that kicks off. So I'm looking forward to that in the NFL and all that going on. But NASCAR is, still doing their thing right now. So we'll see what happens Indy this week. Hopefully the weather holds off on that situation. Now, getting to this situation with Donald Trump, Steve. Listen, Steve. These people are not going to stop with this nonsense with Trump and this Epstein guy. They are determined that they're going to find something on this man and try to bring him down. It's really disgusting. With all the other things that we got going on good in America, that's all they can focus on. And like you've said so many times over the last couple of weeks, and even these idiots on TV are starting to say the same thing. If the Democrats if Trump had done something wrong, you best believe the Democrats would have put it out there. Joe Biden and his administration, they would have put it on the table. Okay, so now today they said that Donald Trump's name is on some. I don't know what his name is mentioned. Whether but it doesn't say if he was involved with the the other bad stuff. Right. But they're saying now that his name is. Pam Bondi said that his name is on the list of these individuals. So Donald Trump, like I said, he could have maybe handled it a little bit better, than what he did, at the start of it. But now they're in the heat of the moment, and I don't think nothing is going to come of it. But see, here's what Trump is scared of, from what I've been hearing, Steve, is that these Democrats could have put some bad stuff on there to make him look bad, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. But that's what Trump is scared of, is what these losers and Barack Obama. We already know Barack Obama's not a good man, and now he's trying to bring Obama down, and he was clearly involved, and Hillary Clinton with this Russia nonsense back in 2016. So Barack Obama might finally get what's coming to him after what he tried to do. He damn near ran. He ran the White House for the last 4 years anyway, with good old Biden. So maybe Obama will get finally what's coming to him, Steve. Maybe he'll finally get what's coming to him. And Donald Trump say he's trying to get him up on treason, and he damn sure did it. So we'll see if he can get him. And Joe Biden the same. And you know who the biggest loser is, Steve? This guy here still running his mouth, and he should be the last guy to talk. Is good old Hunter Biden. He crawled up from under the rock that he'd been under for the last couple of months, and had the nerve to try to talk bad about some situation. This guy here is the lowest of the lowest scumbags, and and he should be embarrassed to even show his face, but he's still flapping his mouth. So hopefully they'll get him quiet, and we'll have to see him no more. But it's like I said, Steve, as far as a photograph, with now they trying to get Maxwell, this woman that's in jail. Now they trying to get some kind of testimony from her to get her to speak out against Donald Trump, but I don't think she's going to do that. But like I said, these people are desperate. They, instead of trying to focus on what's going good in America and border being shut down, jobs being created, and other things, they're focused on a situation that happened 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. And we may never know the truth on what really went down, but as long as Donald Trump is involved in it, they're gonna continue to bring his name up, and it's really a sad situation for America. And hopefully Donald Trump can get his people together and they can work out something and try to get the case done, and so he can move on with his life and move on with the running the White House, because there's more important things. There's more important things going on than Epstein. I promise you that. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, good to have you back with us here after a few days off. I told you several days ago, I said, this whole Trump saying release the Epstein grand jury testimony. And Bondi puts in the paperwork. And I said, well, the courts probably won't release him. A federal judge has denied the administration's request to unseal transcripts from the Florida grand jury proceedings related to the criminal investigation to Epstein. The judge says her hands are tied. I saw that coming. District Court Judge for the Southern District of Florida, Robin Rosenberg, wrote in her denial that an unrelated 2020 ruling by the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals does not permit her to unseal grand jury records in instances not covered by the criminal procedure rule. President Trump's DOJ, of course, petitioned the court for the transcripts from the two grand juries that convened back in 2005 and 2007. In its argument for the transcripts, which are normally left sealed in such cases, they pointed to a strong public interest in the historical investigation to Epstein. They also argued that many of the rationales supporting grand jury secrecy no longer apply since he's dead. The controversial memo from the DOJ, headed by Attorney General Pam Bondi, also claimed there was no evidence of a client list. Neither argument provided by the department would qualify as an exception to the rule regarding the transcripts, according to the judge this past day. Now, that ruling does not impact two other pending requests that seek grand jury transcripts related to the later investigations that led to the 2019 and 2020 indictments. That was Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The administration's interest, obviously, due to all the blowback that's been taking place since they said there's not a list. As we know, it is 844-844-3388. It's been a while since we heard from Pup. Hey, we got you coming up next.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All righty, back at it. Plenty of other industry headlines to get to. First, we get back to the calls, though, and what's happening? Pop, good morning.
Hey, how are you this morning, Steve?
Hanging with them. It's been a while. What you been up to?
Oh, I'm on one of those stay vacations.
Okay.
My wife had to take a trip out of town, so I'm just sitting out here minding the animals and all that other business. I don't really want to get into politics tonight, but I seen something this week. I was at a stoplight, and there was this beautiful truck that come pulling up to the stoplight and stuff. It was painted red, and I mean, it had chrome like crazy. Did you know that Dodge, for like 4 years, made a semi?
I was not aware, no.
No, I did not know that either, and I don't go to a lot of truck shows and stuff, but that is the first Dodge semi, and I Googled that, and there's only 261 of them made.
Wow, I'm looking at, so back in the 70s, 1973 to 75. You're right.
Yes.
Wow.
And I what caught my eye was the grill. That grill was a different thing, and it said Dodge across the top of it, and holy smolies, did that thing look pretty. That guy had refurbished it and everything, and it was just really nice. But I mean, my first semi that I ever rode in back in the day was my uncle's 5-star General, and that thing could get going. I'm telling you, it was one of those ungoverned trucks that probably outrun Mr. Weiss there. No, I was just really shocked about that. I did not know Dodge made a semi, so that's about all I had for you, Steve. Just sitting back listening to the show and stuff. Maybe I probably Horse Feathers knew Dodge did, but he's up on that stuff. So
right,
it's pretty cool. So
I'm looking at a photo there, but yeah, 1973 to 7. As you said, only 261 of them were ever made, and I'm thinking most of them are probably in scrap yards, right? Yeah, it was the Bighorn, the Dodge Bighorn, known for its large, imposing hood and a smaller cab that gave it a unique, massive appearance. Came with a Cummins 250 engine. Could be equipped with a 350 horsepower engine. Yeah, they said the massive hood impacted visibility, and the cab was smaller and noisier compared to the other trucks of that era. Despite its flaws, the Bighorn is considered a classic and iconic symbol of trucking's golden age. All right, yes, so indeed, not many of them around out there, I'm sure, these days. Time to time, maybe come across one at some of these antique truck shows and whatnot. I wonder if they've got one of them on display there at like the Iowa 80 Truck Museum. They've got so many beautiful trucks there. All righty, 844-844-3388. Of course, any truck driver's favorite thing, as Eagle brought up a few minutes ago, is having to deal with bumper-to-bumper traffic. Where do you find the worst traffic in the country on any given day? For years, Los Angeles has actually topped the list as the worst traffic city in anywhere in the USA. They are no longer number one. Where could it possibly be worse than L.A.? According to the annual rankings from Consumer Affairs, Washington, D.C. has overtaken Los Angeles as the U.S. city with the worst traffic. Drivers around the U.S. capital spend more time in traffic than any other city. Average daily commute times, nearly 34 minutes, according to the traffic data from the 50 biggest metropolitan areas in the nation. I'll give you more on that coming up in our next hour. Hey, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if it was up to President Trump, he would have forced Brian Kohberger to speak at his sentencing hearing. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the country mourns the lives of the 4 University of Idaho students Kohberger killed and prays for their families.
We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer.
Kohberger received life in prison without the possibility of parole for each of the murders. In a recent social media post, Trump said he hoped the judge would make Kohberger explain why he did it. Prosecutors said he couldn't be forced to speak because that's not part of the plea deal. The White House says former President Obama tried to sabotage President Trump after his 2016 election victory. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the newly declassified documents confirmed those allegations.
The Obama administration manufactured politicized intelligence, which was later used as the justification for baseless smears against President Trump.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said Obama officials suppressed evidence and withheld the truth from the American people. Leavitt says the documents also further confirm there is no collusion collusion between President Trump and Russia. Obama calls the allegations outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. There are questions over the future of FEMA. California Congressman John Garamendi at a Capitol Hill hearing says he's concerned about what he's hearing from the White House.
In June, Trump said FEMA could be eliminated as soon as December, saying he wanted to wean off FEMA and bring it back to the state level.
The Bay Area Democrat says 1/3 of FEMA's staffers were eliminated in the DOGE process. The acting director, David Richardson, was criticized for his leadership. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 507 points. The S&P 500 rose by 49 points. The Nasdaq gained 127 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Kamala Harris may not have an easy path to the governor's mansion in California.
Former vice president has said that she'll make a decision by the end of summer, which is fast approaching, and Democratic donors are ready to shell out some big bucks. While most recent polls say Harris would have no problem winning if the vote was today, some strategists say her name recognition may not be enough to glide to victory. Some political experts are now saying that the potential challengers, both Democrats and Republicans, will use her failed presidential bid and possible Biden health cover-up as ammunition. I'm Jason Campidonia.
Mental health is in the spotlight after the brother of a late NFL star crashed his car into a post office.
Legal analyst Stephen Clark says this may be the best thing that's happened to Richard Tillman, who will receive mental health support in custody.
He will receive the opportunity for services and medication.
Richard's brother, Pat Tillman, left football behind and chose to serve his country in Afghanistan as an Army Ranger. Richard's family says he has faced mental health struggles for years and has not received proper help. I'm Brian Shook.
The price of Hershey chocolate is about to go up.
The Hershey Company confirmed Tuesday that it plans to raise its prices due to the increasing cost of cocoa and other ingredients. Cocoa is harvested mostly in West Africa, where cocoa crops have been hit hard by climate change and disease, causing prices to skyrocket. The price change is expected to take effect in the near future. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
The
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as we kick off another hour, working our way into a Thursday. Thanks for being with us through the late night, early morning hours. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, we've been talking about the big heat dome that's going to be parked, kind of jogging east-west here for the next several weeks, according to forecasters. Dog days of summer for sure. And of course, along the periphery, the northern in edges of the heat dome, though, we'll see lots of rain once again. And we're looking at areas from much of Iowa, much of central and northern Illinois, through much of Indiana, western Ohio, which has all been highlighted by the National Weather Service as a flash flood outlook. Yeah, from early Friday morning to midday Saturday, they tell us. Out of level 4 being the highest, that zone is like under a level 2 threat for excessive rainfall. You're talking about the corn sweat, right? That's the corn patch. Extremely high humidity could be turned into scattered heavy downpours. They will likely drift along a boundary that stretches through central Indiana, which could result in the training of rain cells. So obviously concerns of flash flooding. Not everyone's guaranteed to get wet, but those who do could get absolutely soaked, they tell us. So they're advising keep an eye on the radar the next few days. Precipitable water levels will be 2 to 3 inches in the atmosphere. That's the moisture in the air. That could be funneled into individual downpours. The drop amounts even higher than that in some locations. So again, highlighting Friday, Saturday. All right, we left off worst cities in the country. So Washington, D.C. now ranking number 1. It takes longer to get from point A to point B than it even does in Los Angeles, who comes in at number 2. Consumer Affairs, a private company that reviews and provides reviews on a variety of American products and services. Miami, Florida, San Francisco, and Atlanta, Georgia, rounding out the top 5 cities for worst traffic. Boston, Denver, Portland, Oregon, Chicago, and Austin are the best, they tell us. The cities with the worst traffic in America are among the cities with the highest economic output. It's because a region with a growing economy will attract new residents while keeping current ones who often choose to drive to work. Urban planning professor at UCLA tells Consumer Affairs congestion is oftentimes a sign of economic prosperity. Long notorious for the traffic jams, LA is still the city that has the most congestion, with almost 8 hours of traffic each day. However, the average commute time is just over 30 minutes. Now, they're kind of alluding to President Trump's order that federal workers return to their offices after years when many were being allowed to work from home is a contributing factor to Washington now being in the top spot. While more people in the region are taking public transportation on weekdays than during the pandemic, bus and train use is still well below pre-pandemic levels. One local commuter tells WTOP that he's not surprised, said, traffic in the D.C. region stinks. He said, I schedule my work hours accordingly so I can avoid the traffic. Cities with the least traffic congestion in the rankings are Rochester, Salt Lake City, and Cleveland, Ohio. Those cities were once centers of industry, but are no longer. And there's more road space for vehicles in those cities. All right, see what's going on with Philip. Up and at him on a Thursday. Good morning.
Hey, Steve, do they have a thing in there for the most aggressive drivers?
Not that report. Where do you think the most aggressive?
I don't know, man. Down here would be pretty good, man. You talk about Orlando or Miami. I think those two cities there, Miami's terrible. Miami's got their main thoroughfares. Some of them are three lanes wide, and people don't know how to drive 3 lanes on a regular city street.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest problem with Miami, especially when you get in those turning lanes. You know, I mean, you've got turning lanes. Some of the turning lanes are three lanes wide, a turning lane. And if you're in a truck and you're not in the right spot, you make that turn, you can go over somebody's car, or they'll go underneath you. So you got to be really careful down in Miami. Orlando, though, I think the problem that we have in Orlando is because it's such a transient town. We have a lot of tourism. We have a lot of people from a lot of different parts of the world that you know, that bring their driving habits over here, and it's pretty aggressive. You get your butt cut off real quick in Orlando. I can tell you that right now. And they don't care. Most of them are confused. They don't even know where they're going because
Right.
a lot of the tourism.
Yep.
You know, Steve, remember when you were at Matt's and you did your interviews at Matt's this year?
Right.
Do you remember a couple that was there from Truckers Paradise?
I do indeed. 100%. Yes.
Okay, well, I've been watching our buddy Q-Ball's videos. And by the way, Steve, you're doing a really good job on those videos. Keep it up, buddy. Q-Ball's been working pretty hard on his YouTube thing and his company, getting everything, trying to get things better and doing things and all that. And but he went to Truckers Paradise in one of his videos here lately. And I thought about you, and I remember that interview that you had with that gentleman and that lady from there. And it's pretty nice down there. It's pretty sweet what they got set up, how they got it set up for everybody. He went through, they got a smoke room. You can buy cigars and sit down and smoke in a cigar, you know, having an air-conditioned nice room. And they got they got eateries and all kinds of stuff. I mean, it looked really nice from what I could see from what Q-Ball put out there for us. Might have to have a chance to go down there, Steve. What do you think?
I actually did a little research on that once we got back from the truck show, and I mean, what he was kind of laying out for us, I mean, it's a massive facility, but I guess it's like they've got all kinds of space available for, say, a chiropractor or a barber, people to come in, I guess, to rent these facilities, to do all this for the truckers there. I'm not sure how much occupancy they actually have for all those various business availabilities.
I don't know, but I will say this much. The way the guy laid the parking lot out, Q-Ball was explaining a little bit of it. The parking spots there have spaces in between them. And so instead of pulling up to a traditional fuel pump like you normally do at a truck stop, they have a trailer on the back of a tractor, and they bring your fuel to your truck. They fuel your truck where it's sitting.
Well, while you're in, maybe getting something to eat or getting a haircut. Yeah, I remember that, and they also have like a truck wash. They'll wash your truck. They'll wash it out there where you're parked, just like they can fill your truck up.
Yeah, the premise of it is to let the driver relax instead of worrying about a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? When you go into a truck stop, you got to worry about getting into a fuel lane, and then you got to sit there, and Q-Ball made a very valid point. They had the fuel they had with the pricing was the cheapest around that area, and he said he was going to make sure he got fuel because of the pricing. So they're being competitive with all the truck stops there. The reasons why they have those spaces in between the parking spaces is because of safety. They think in a lot of, how people get out of a truck and you got guys backing in, you got things going on, you got some guys with oversized loads. People, possibly try to rob you, that kind of thing. You've got places, you know, to where you can be seen. It's all camera. It's a really cool place. I'd like to go out there and just see it. You know, I mean, it was neat. It was neat. I mean, it just looked like they chilled. And they also have a bar, Steve.
How
you
about
can go
that?
buy a beer if you're chilling out. So not promoting that, and Q-Ball said the same thing in his video. We're not promoting alcohol here. He said, but, you know, if you're doing your layover and you choose to partake of that stuff, you can. You know, there's a lot of options that the normal truck stop doesn't give you at that place. You know, they actually have rooms that are like hotel rooms you can rent by the hour overnight, or, you know, whatever you need to do to if you don't want to sleep in the truck. Same way, you know, they like a regular truck stop as far as showers and whatnot, but it looked like it had a lot of parking. It really did. I mean, the parking lot was huge. It was mammoth. So I thought I'd mention to you that I saw it on there the other day when I was watching his shows, which I do. I watch his YouTube stuff. He does a really good job on it. He really does. His YouTube thing is coming along really good. And he's got a lot of things going on with the business he's got his own authority and everything now, so he's doing really good. I'm really proud of Q-Ball. He's putting it out there. He's working hard. He's working a lot with Tim Gentry. So, but other than that, buddy, ain't got too much hanging on. Did you hear about Iran's new rocket that they're working on there?
I have not, no.
Well, Iran wants to get into the satellite business, kind of like what Elon Musk's doing with SpaceX, and they've developed a rocket with solid fuel that's one of the state-of-the-art rockets in the world. Now, my question is, and this is a big question of everybody out there, do you think they'll use it for an ICBM or something like that? You know, and it's kind of questionable. You know what I mean? With their track record, which is not the best, do you think they could turn this rocket around and turn it into a weapon instead of something that's going to put a satellite up there to help their country?
Right, okay.
That's a big question.
Ulterior motives,
They
right?
need to-
Ulterior motives.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as North Korea, right? We thought that about North Korea, that, you know, the guy was firing all these rockets towards, you know, Japan, and it's like, could they be turned around? I mean, a lot of the rocket programs that are coming out now, these companies that are coming out, a lot of the rocket designs that they have are from the old ICBM setups, you know, and there's a lot of that equipment that's still out there, and I'm sure there's certain people that have the availability to get that equipment. So it makes you wonder. You know, it's one of those questions, makes you wonder, you know, is there an alternative motive to it? So I just saw that the other day, and talking about that rain, we just had that low move over us, and watch it. It's going to go over there towards Rambler and those guys in the Gulf. I don't know how it's going to meet. I mean, have you heard anything on that?
I was sharing a bit ago, they're talking about a lot of rain along the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, there's a low that just came over us. It moved from the east to the west. That was something strange about this year, too. You know, most of our stuff goes from the west to the east. But this year, we've had a lot of lows going from the east to the west. And that's very strange. You know, and it's one of those things, I think, like we've talked about cycles with the earth. You know, I think the earth is in a different cycle now than it normally is. I really do, with the weather. I mean, we still got a lot of stuff coming over from Africa that's coming across. We got to watch that. That's more towards August and September. The big time to watch hurricanes around Labor Day. I've said that ever since I've been on the show here. Labor Day is one of those things you got to watch out. That's when we get scared the most, between, you know, end of August, beginning of September. But these storms are getting crazy, and there's a lot of water. You were talking about training water.
Yes.
I tell you what, we have that down. We have that down here a lot. Even in our normal storms, we have a lot of training. And I'm gonna tell you what, if that training keeps going, it keeps moving. That's a good thing. You want it moving as fast as it can to get away from you. But if it sits in one spot, stalls out, and you have those, they just keep pounding you and pounding you, that's when that water stacks up. That's what you've seen in Texas. That flooding in Texas was a lot of that type of weather. And that's you're going to get some water, and you're going to get it quick, and it's going to sit there, and it's just going to dump on you for hours. Do you remember Hurricane Dorian, Steve, that went across the Bahamas?
Right.
That storm is perfect proof for training and the way it works. Those people went from no water on the ground to chest-high deep water within probably about 6 hours, around that time frame. And basically when the storm passed, it was a lot of wind, but they had to swim their way out or get out by boat. That's the only way they could get out of their houses. And it was that weather like that. When it starts training across there, that's those big, when a hurricane comes across, that water's doing that. And if that hurricane slows down, that's a bad thing, because it's just going to sit in one spot, it's going to stall out. It's going to dump on you, and you've got the wind tearing everything apart, but you also got that rain just beating and piling up. That's when you get 30, 40 inches of rain, you do that stuff. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time. I appreciate y'all having me, and I'll talk to y'all next week.
All right. Hey, great to hear from you, and have a good day. And, we'll talk to you next week. Typically, he doesn't get a chance to check in on Friday mornings. Every once in a while, maybe during that final hour, he may get a chance to say hello.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, on any given morning when I gotta wrap things up here as you download the show for podcasts and whatnot, you check out some of the latest reels and shorts, and typically try to find some of the latest on dirt track racing, late model racing, what's going on at various tracks around the. I saw a video of this one a couple days ago, an event that occurred on the track at Farmers City Raceway. This particular driver just. I guess you talk about road rage. He went off the rails after an event on the first lap of the race where contact was made. Okay, as the drivers entered turn 3 and 4, the opening lap, contact made between the two. It's Darren Klein and Bob Gardner. Klein continued to race. Dylan Thornton was collected in the incident. Thornton pulled into the infield from the damage he sustained during the contact. At this point, the race continued green, as Bob Gardner also pulled into the infield off the speedway and behind the flag stand. He then pulls back on the speedway and accelerates toward the field counterclockwise. So he's going the wrong way under green flag conditions. They threw the caution before the field was beginning to enter turn 3. The field then kind of passes by Gardner, who stopped in the middle of the track by then, under yellow. He then proceeds to drive through the infield alongside Darren Klein on the backstretch. Drives up beside Klein, between turns 3 and 4. It shows his displeasure and initially makes slight contact with Klein's car. After the contact, though, he then slowed to let Klein roll past him. Then he turns and just plows right into the driver's side of Klein's car and actually rolled his car over on its roof. You don't do that kind of stuff. Now, they say Bob Gardner's been a loyal supporter of the Mars Late Model Championship Tour, has attended every event that's been held since MC Promotions took ownership of the series in 2023. With the exception of one show, Gardner placed 4th in series standings in both 23 and 24, currently 11th in the 2025 series standings, headed into Farmer City. But as a result, they've reviewed this, and he's not going to be racing for a while. As a result of the severity of this incident, the following penalties have been imposed. Bob Gardner, indefinite suspension for a minimum of 6 months from all Mars Late Model Championship powered by FK Rod events. Before possible reinstating, indefinite suspension for a minimum 6 months from all World of Outlaws late model events. Indefinite suspension for a minimum 6 months from all Dirt Car World Racing Group sanctioned events before any possible reinstatement. And they said this is, to show, to provide clarity and transparency. We do not condone this type of behavior on the track. All right, we'll get a news break. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment.
A judge has sentenced Brian Koberger to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murders of 4 college students in Idaho. Koberger admitted to the 2022 murders in a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He also did not have to explain his motive for killing the students as part of that deal. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice for a criminal referral.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers coming forward.
President Trump backed Gabbard, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866 844-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Good to have you on board. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, Gary, good to have you on board there. Good morning. Cripshot is in the house. Hello, Steve, Marianne, all the truckers out there. Checking in from Newport, Kentucky. Brian says, because he was listening to our conversation with Philip, he said, where is this place Philip's talking about? Trucker's Paradise, as it's called. If memory serves, I remember, I can see them, but I think his name was Brian. I can't remember the female's name. That he was, one of the founders. He was kind of making the rounds there in Louisville. I know we spent about 30 minutes talking about Trucker Paradise. He got on with Nemo. He was on with Eric Harley, the Sirius XM folks, and they were kind of looking as well for investors because they have dreams of building other such facilities like this around the country. But the existing location, Trucker's Paradise, it's in Gainesville, Texas, northbound Interstate 35. Yeah, I'm looking at the website now. As I said, I'm not sure if all these particular facilities are being used, but the plan was they've got, as I guess the cigar lounge is there. You've got tire repair, of a veterinary office, a doggy daycare, a pet supply store. There's a bank, kind of like entertainment. It says baseball, soccer, batting cages, cornhole, billiards, a golf simulator. That's in like one section. It's almost like I believe it is actually a previously a strip mall that they purchased and turned into Trucker Paradise. Numerous restaurant offerings, a 50s cafe, retail and shopping, of course, restrooms, showers, lounge, a salon, barbershop sort of thing, dentist office, doctor's office, massage therapist, attorneys, CPAs, insurance offices. See, that's ultimately the plans. Yeah, it's quite the concept. Then, as Philip mentioned, actual like hotel suites, basic Oasis suites, they call it. Then they've got luxury Oasis suites, an expo center, and a whole lot more. The candy, I'm looking at a map here that's kind of depicting all this. There is the proverbial shish kebab load of truck parking, as they say, and the uniqueness that you can, if you need fuel, you park your truck. And while you're in doing whatever you want to do, you can do a truck wash. They'll come out with a truck and wash your truck there on the property. They'll fill your truck up. So it's, again, quite the concept. Gainesville, Texas. All right, maybe check it out. 844-844-3388. In other news, Google, they tell us, has removed nearly 11,000 YouTube channels that they say are tied to state-run propaganda campaigns for the likes of China, Russia, and other nations over the past few months. In a press release earlier this week announcing in the second quarter removing thousands of YouTube channels, ad accounts, and a blogger blog linked to those nations. Part of the work done by the Google Threat Analysis Group to counter disinformation campaigns. In the first quarter of this year, Google removed more than 23,000 YouTube channels and a number of other Google-related assets, a significant portion, they say, of which were connected to China and Russia. More than 7,700 channels and other assets removed in the second quarter linked to China. And the campaigns primarily shared content supporting the Chinese Communist Party in both Chinese and English. These channels, they say, frequently commented on U.S. foreign affairs and supported China's Xi Jinping. Of the remaining channels, more than 2,000 were linked to Russia or Russian entities and shared content in multiple languages supporting Russia and criticizing Ukraine, NATO, and other Western countries. In the month of May alone, the company removed 20 YouTube channels, 4 ad accounts, and 1 blogger blog linked to Russia's state-controlled media, RT. Now, this more than 3 years after YouTube's March of 2022 decision to block RT channels, that's the Russian state media, from their platform following the invasion of Ukraine. Other channels removed part of campaigns linked to Iran, Turkey, Israel, Romania, Gaza, Azerbaijan. It was late 2019 when Google announced their threat analysis group was tasked with countering government-backed hacking and disinformation. And this is the one that kind of caught our attention here in the U.S., a concern about adversarial nations as that continues to grow. Other measures have been taken, including by the Department of Defense. Microsoft announced last week that they would stop using China-based engineers for technical support for the Department of Defense's cloud system. How that ever came into fruition to begin with, why would anyone think DoD systems allowing Chinese? They're looking to hack everything they can. Microsoft's chief communication officer said the company made the change to ensure that no China-based engineering teams were involved in maintaining the Pentagon's cloud system. And with that announcement, they said even most at the Pentagon had no idea Microsoft was using a third-party source of Chinese engineers. Shaw said, "We remain committed to provide the most secure services possible to the U.S. government, including working with our national security partners to evaluate and adjust our security protocols as needed." Also this month, Utah's Governor Spencer Cox announced that a Chinese-owned company has been blocked from purchasing land near an airport there due to a law banning land ownership by entities that are categorized as adversarial. The Chinese Communist Party funded Confucius Institutes were also shut down in Utah universities after they were identified by the State Department and the FBI as Chinese propaganda outlets. Some of this stuff right here on our soil. All right, Eagle joining back in. Let me see. A little bit more on NASCAR. And what else did you forget? Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. No, I didn't want to talk about. I wanted to talk about the road conditions, Steve. I had said something about NASCAR is going to be in Indy this week, and I wanted to, I've talked to you, and other people have talked to you about Interstate 70 going across Indiana. Man, it's a total nightmare. When you come across 70 up there where you at in Dayton, Ohio, it's not too bad going through there. But as soon as you hit the state line of Indiana, all hell break loose. And it's been like this for years, Steve. And I know Indiana collects road tax and all kind of money from those people, and Indiana can do better than that. A lot of truck 70 is a lot of truck traffic goes across 70, trucks rolling from Indianapolis over to St. Louis and other places, going back over to West Virginia, Columbus and all that. This is ridiculous for that. All you're doing is tearing up your equipment. I mean, they have big, serious, you be rolling along and your whole axle, feel like your axle is going to be ripped off your truck. I ran across there about a week or so ago, and it's totally ridiculous, and it's been like that. It's been like that for a long time, and the sad part about it doesn't look like they're trying to do anything. They've made a little bit of improvements over towards Indianapolis, because Indianapolis is a major city. But as soon as you get out of Indianapolis, rolling back over toward Effingham, it starts all over again. The rough road, and 65 is no better. Coming out of going up out of Kentucky, going on up to Chicago, all that's all rough, rolling up that way on 65. And I know they have snow and ice in the winter. That's what a lot of people say. But Ohio doesn't have that problem. Ohio's roads are 70 is nice. 75 is not too bad, in Ohio. So they can't use the excuse that the bad weather is the problem, because other states have bad weather and their roads are not like that. But it's just tearing up the trucks. And I'm getting so I don't even like to run 70 no more. And then the speed limit, they got the speed limit, I think is 65 either 70 in Indiana. I can't remember which one it was, but it's, and then they got the nerve. Here's the sad part about it, Steve, is that they got the nerve to have the scale house open in Indiana. Why would you have a scale? What the hell you need a scale house open for, and your roads are already destroyed? They got the nerve to try to scale somebody and give somebody a ticket, and the roads are already just ridiculous. Why don't they take some of that money that they're stealing from truck drivers in that scale house and fix them roads? Because it's terrible what's going on in Indiana. I try to avoid that state with the havoc, or either run back roads. And then another place, I don't know if you've been down 75 going into Kentucky, down by right at the state line, going up the big mountain.
Yep.
Going that's ridiculous. I don't know. That road is they telling trucks to jump into the left hand lane, and everybody knows the truck is not supposed to be in the left. When I ran that road about 2 weeks ago, the four-wheelers, you got a guy with a heavy load, and the four-wheelers are zigzagging in between trucks, cutting trucks off, because the right-hand lane is just, it's like a rocky road. It's ridiculous the way 75 is up going over that mountain, going into Knoxville. That road is in terrible condition, and they got trucks running the left lane, running 10, 15, 20 miles an hour. In a car, he figures that the truck is doing it on purpose, so he speeds up and cuts over in front of you, and then he might cut back over in front of another truck. So it's a nightmare going up that mountain and coming down the same way, going back into Kentucky out of Tennessee. Down the dam. That's one of the worst things you can have is a big pothole to hit when you're going down a mountain with an 18-wheeler. But yeah, some of these states, Steve, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, for the road conditions that we have, in some of these places, yet they still want to collect, road taxes and all that. So hopefully these states will get these things together and start making things better, because they tearing up a lot of trucks and equipment, tires, blowouts, the whole deal, and it is causing a lot of accidents. And one other thing, Steve, right quick, I wanted to ask you about. There was an accident that happened on Monday in Arkansas, close to Hope, Arkansas, that I had seen on this Bonehead Truckers guy that's on YouTube. I want to say to these four-wheelers, that's the worst thing you can do, Steve, is get in between two trucks that are traveling together. You might be able to take a look at it during your break. But there was a four-wheeler, pickup truck, that decided that he wanted to get in between two trucks. And they got a lot of road construction going on in Arkansas right now. And the trucks came to a stop. And guess what? That pickup truck became a sandwich in between those two trucks. And you can't even tell it was a pickup truck, Steve. It looks like one of those vehicles that you see at a salvage lot, a pick-apart place where you go to get parts off a car. That's how crushed this car. It looked like it had been crushed in a salvage lot. It's a damn shame you might during the break you might take a look, but it's on that Bonehead Truckers in the car. I think it was two people in the pickup truck, they said, and both of them got crushed to death. So my word of advice to any four-wheelers that's listening to you tonight, please don't ride in between two trucks, because if they have a brake check and you run into the back of one, there might be another truck behind you. You had an accident up there in Ohio like that a couple of years ago. Remember we talked about that, Steve, where some people got run over and crushed in between. So that's the worst spot you can be, is in between two 18-wheelers when they come to a stop. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, good to hear from you. Thank you very much, Eagle. Have a great morning. All right, 844-3388. More of the testimony taking place earlier this week there on Capitol Hill. Louis Pugh, Chris Spear, and I think Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters president, among those testifying. More on that coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
So what they're working on is putting together the next highway bill. I think the current bill expires September of next year. Louis Pugh testifying added that a highway bill built around pro-trucker priorities is the best way to create safe and efficient trucking industry. Truckers now need lawmakers to embrace the new approach taken by the White House with as much energy and resolve. In his submitted testimony, I assure you this can be done in a bipartisan manner that promotes highway safety, improves driver recruitment and retention, increases supply chain efficiency. In fact, many of our proposals for the highway bill already achieve these objectives. Enhanced driver training, improving restroom access, expanding truck parking, guaranteeing overtime wages, stopping unsafe increases to truck size and weight. Congress has the ability to make the next highway bill the most pro-trucker in history, but only if you commit to prioritizing their needs. One of 4 witnesses at the Senate hearing focused on issues in the trucking and commercial bus industries. As I mentioned, you had Chris Spear, the ATA, Sean O'Brien, Teamsters, and Fred Ferguson, who is the American Bus Association president. OOIDA representing small business truck drivers, the ATA representing, of course, the large motor carriers, Although the two are aligned on the need for more truck parking, this particular hearing kind of highlighted the disconnect on such topics as interstate driving age, mandatory hair testing, and whether or not there's a driver shortage. ATA has long pushed for lowering the interstate driving age from 21 to 18. Currently, 18-year-olds can operate in a single state but not allowed to cross state lines. Those who support lowering the driving age point out the status quo allows 18-year-olds to drive all over Texas, but does not allow them to haul a load from Kansas City, Missouri to Kansas City, Kansas. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 21 included the establishment of the pilot program for under 21-year-old drivers. Chris Spear blamed the lack of participation due to some of the requirements of that pilot program, such as driver-facing cameras. OOIDA, which promotes increasing entry-level driver training standards against allowing 18-year-olds straight out of high school to stop operating as a long-haul truck driver. All right, it's funny that we don't want inward-facing cameras for young kids, but we want to have them in this new independent contractor law for owner-operators who probably have, 20, 30 years experience, according to Louis. The ATA also supports H.R. 4320 that would allow positive hair drug test results to be submitted to the FMCSA Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. Still a lot of debate and unanswered questions concerning the use of hair testing, according to Louis Pugh. We do know hair testing can lead to false positives because of environmental contamination and the interference of cosmetic treatment on the analysis of hair. Then they got into the driver shortage debate. We'll have to pick up there in our next hour. 844-844-3388. Hey, veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with Tell. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Tell360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
For first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
A judge has sentenced Brian Koberger to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murders of 4 college students in Idaho. Koberger admitted to the 2022 murders in a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He also did not have to explain his motive for killing the students as part of that deal. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice for a criminal referral.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers coming forward.
President Trump backed Gabbard, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump has yet to endorse any candidate for New York City mayor while he goes after Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani.
In a recent cabinet meeting, the president suggested his administration would get involved if Mamdani wins.
New York City will run properly. We're going to bring New York back. I love New York. You know, I love New York for a long time. We're going to do something for New York. I can't tell you what yet, but we're going to make New York great again.
It comes as the New York Young Republican Committee calls on Congress to disqualify Mamdani, calling him a, quote, insurrectionist. The president has threatened to arrest Mamdani if he is elected and refuses to work with ICE. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 507 points. The S&P 500 rose by 49 points. The Nasdaq gained 127 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Beef prices are at a record high, passing $6 a pound for the first time since records started being kept in the 80s.
There are a few things to blame for the surge, including drought that's made cattle feed more expensive. That's led ranchers to send more cattle to the slaughterhouse to try to make up the difference, which in turn squeezes supply. The number of beef cattle in the U.S. is at its lowest since 1961, according to the Department of Agriculture. I'm Michael Kastner.
A legal battle is underway between the California Department of Motor Vehicles and Tesla.
The DMV is suing the EV maker, claiming the company misled consumers about its car's self-driving abilities.
This is a rare and a very real opportunity for a public win to refuse to let corporations manipulate public safety systems or public systems at the expense of public safety.
Supporters of the DMV's case against Tesla gathered outside an Oakland courthouse. They displayed nearly 60 makeshift tombstones to symbolize lives lost in accidents involving Tesla's self-driving feature. I'm Brian Shook.
The former owner of a pub in Everett, Washington, has been sentenced to 109 years in prison for spiking drinks and sexually assaulting customers.
39-year-old Christian Sayer owned the historic Anchor Pub in Everett. Detectives used DNA evidence to connect him to a 2020 sexual assault case. Sayer was implicated in over 20 felonies in Snohomish County and 8 in Washington County, Oregon, where he will be extradited to face charges there. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, as we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast, welcome to a Thursday, Friday Eve, shall we say? Picking up where we left off, the age-old debate, driver shortage. The ATA, never backing down. Despite multiple government and academic reports refuting any claims that there's a driver shortage, Chris Spear aggressively defended the narrative in testimony this week. Self-serving, factless claims that there's no driver shortage undermine the serious work of this committee, he says. Those words are pretty strong when you consider that the Department of Labor actually published a study that found there's not a driver shortage. The most recent report refuting the ATA stance, found in last year's National Academy of Sciences driver pay study. Assertions of a driver shortage conflict with the basic economic principles of supply and demand, so said that study. Now, both Louis Pugh and Sean O'Brien, Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters, both pointed to the turnover rates of 90% plus, suggesting that there's plenty of people willing to enter the industry but don't stick around because of low wages and difficult working conditions. O'Brien says if you have a 90% turnover ratio, there's something wrong in the industry. When you look at unionized carriers who have 10 or 15% turnover rates, that's significance. That means people are happy with their wages and benefits. When you have a race to the bottom, people are leaving their jobs and leaving the industry. Louis used his testimony to encourage lawmakers to follow the DOT's lead. Listen to truck drivers rather than the big mega carriers. If you're not ready to embrace the new trend of prioritizing the needs of truckers, let me remind you that the old approach simply does not work. Pretty much telling them, stop listening to the likes of the ATA and these mega carriers. Policies that these large carriers swore would improve safety. Things like the electronic logging device mandate, they've all proven ineffective as predicted. Pilot programs for teenage drivers have been colossal failures, leading their proponents to blame the inward-facing camera requirements rather than admit their own policies that have made trucking unappealing to younger Americans. So some pretty interesting testimony. The typical headbutting between the likes of the WIDA and the ATA. Every once in a while, they'll find something that they can agree on, but more often than not, they don't. Rubber Duck, what's going on?
Quack, quack. Warsaw, Indiana, waiting on the McDonald's to open up. Real quick, kids not wanting to get into the business. Kids going to work for $30,000 a year at a convenience store versus coming to drive for his old man and make $100,000 a year because he says his old man works too many hours a week. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll hand them the golden eggs, and they don't want to come to it. They would rather work for less money and be miserable. Now to the brighter subject of the lovely Indiana roads. Eagle, we love you, brother. I couldn't tell you about 70. I won't run it. 65, I only run for about 40 miles, and I get off and I go up through the state roads. Now, the state roads in Indiana and the U.S. highways in Indiana leave a lot to be desired as well, because all of a sudden they'll just decide to close something for 4 months to do a bridge deck work, and you'll get a 40-mile detour. And the detour is better to just stay on the interstate to go from Indy to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a truck fire 4th of July weekend. They must have had 5 truck fires that week on 65. It just because people won't slow down. Now they're going to fix the roads because they signed that tolling bill where we have to apply to the federal government to toll our existing interstate highways to repair them. I noticed when I was in Indy last week on the west side by the airport where they've done all the construction, once you come around from 65 to go down to the other side of 65, it's 65 miles an hour all the way through there. However, there's a toll gantry. It's not active, but it's the big silver roll bar going over the entire interstate with the same cameras that they have up on the Ohio Pike and they have up on in Illinois. So they're ready to do it. Their excuse is we're not collecting the gas tax revenue or fuel tax revenue. They're combining the both because cars are getting twice the MPG. We have EVs. I guess you could say trucks are getting twice the MPG. Not this one. This one's been cut in half because all the government mandates that have been put on it. I am dead serious. Between a 2007 Caterpillar and a 2017 Cummins, our mileage is 50% with the Cummins. And there's only one thing to blame: the filter. Truck can't breathe. But tolling's going to fix everything.
Right.
That's going to fix it all. But now we go back to the EVs. The Flying J truck stops, and I think it was with Warren Buffett's backings, put those compressed natural gas stations, took away about 12 to 15 parking places in each one of their stations, put up these big green and white clean energy towers. To this day, the only thing I've seen them being used for is parking for local drivers that have a broke down truck or have a truck that doesn't move for 6 days and the truck stops don't do anything about it. So evidently they're not pumping any of that CNG out of those stations. And there's fleets with CNG trucks, but they're not fueling at a truck stop to fuel. I wonder how much of our tax dollars was allocated to build those fueling stations that could have gone to the roads.
Right.
It's just they're in every Flying J, and I'm serious. Every one, you don't see anything. And we have a cough button. I need it. Sorry about that. Air conditioning cold. And now I'm looking at a beautiful Case IH tractor. It's built in Racine, Wisconsin, apparently. And it has a label in it, shipping label, for the Ukraine. So it's going into probably Dundalk or to Baltimore to get shipped over to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be a $250,000, $500,000 tractor sitting on this little boy right here. But aren't they borrowing money from us to pay their bills and everything?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
But that's about all I got. I got one up the road, get unloaded, get back down to Indy, and get back home, and maybe call it a Friday Eve. I'm trying to postpone the Indy on Thursday today to go down Friday to try to go to the truck race at Indianapolis Raceway Park.
Yes, sir.
Because although they're at the Brickyard this weekend, they have returned to IRP, which is where Jeff Gordon got a start on Thursday Night Thunder, Ryan Newman, Tony Stewart. It's a great track to watch. As long as everybody goes the correct way around the racetrack, it does not enter the racetrack going the wrong way. Dude, that should be a lifetime ban. He shouldn't get to drive. That guy at Farmer City.
Right. Bob Gardner.
That's, he should have to hire a driver and put him in his car. That should be. I'm sorry. We draw the line right there, because that could have got really, really, really horrible. If a safety official had tried to stop him and he hit the safety official, I mean, we all know what happened to Tony Stewart in New York. When somebody gets hot-headed. And that was the kid getting out of the car, not Tony, by the way.
Yeah.
He's not a bad drag racer. I think he's second in points right now. He didn't do so hot up at the Northwest Nationals last weekend, but he's just proven the fact that he can give him cinder blocks and bolt them to it, and he'll figure out how to make it go fast. So, anyway, I'll let somebody else that's more intelligent than me get on. Everybody, God bless. Have a great day. Hydrate. Oh, my God, yesterday was miserable. And then I'm unloading and reloading next to an ice cream shop. So we know how that went after I got reloaded. Banana split, chocolate, butterscotch. Oh, it was almost as good as biscuits and gravy. McDonald's don't have that, so I guess I'll just get sausage and eggs.
Right.
Talk to you later.
All right. Hey, thank you, Rubber Duck, and hope you get to the race there. Indy Raceway Park. Yeah, Tony Stewart is currently number 2 in the standings. NHRA following event number 12 of 21 as of Seattle. Sean Langdon leads with 918 points. Tony at 906. Justin Ashley third with 825. Doug Kalita fourth at 747. And on down the line they go.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, miles. after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, other industry headlines. Two brothers indicted following the seizure of a historic amount of illegal drugs from a semi-truck operating in South Carolina. Let's see, on Tuesday, brothers, 26-year-old Alberto Rios Landeros and Chris Guadalupe Landeros, 23 years old, both of Delano, California, indicted on a charges of conspiracy and possession with intent to distribute fentanyl and methamphetamine, according to the attorney's office. Charges stem from a pair of coordinated traffic stops in Lexington and Richland counties by the Drug Enforcement Administration agents, Lexington County Sheriff's deputies, and South Carolina State Police. Inside a tractor trailer that was transporting products with a legitimate business purpose, law enforcement found large packages of illegal narcotics, which led to the arrest of the two brothers, 156 pounds of fentanyl, and 44 pounds of methamphetamine from the tractor trailer, believed to have been sourced from Mexico. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, it is believed to be the largest seizure of fentanyl in that state's history. The brothers now face a maximum sentence of life in prison. 156 pounds, though, of fentanyl. How many thousands or hundreds of thousands of people is that enough to kill? All right, Plowboy, what's happening here on a Thursday? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, that kill is probably a number we can't even imagine or count. I just seen a story talking about that fentanyl and all that. Congratulations to Tennessee, and thank you, state of Tennessee, and the highway patrols down there. Dickinson County on Tuesday found $40,000 worth of stolen property from Arkansas and West Tennessee during a commercial truck stop. I guess they got a pull-off area down there where they run you through occasionally. Occasionally they're open. Most generally they were not. But, yeah. I guess they're all out there working, trying to do something good.
Right.
And that was a good stop, Tennessee. But, okay. Trump said something again. I can't agree anymore. Chris Bear, that jackass, just needs to go to bed and lay down and, go away. Because how much, I don't know about Cincinnati anymore, but we got, wherever, back when I was out there, and still goes on, the trucking industry pays for many of the lanes of the highway we can't even damn near drive on.
Right.
It's bad enough driving through the state of Indiana. Then you got your HOV lane. Then you can't be in the left lane in the third lane, and yada, 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 on and on. And they come to towns where, we got to put this very important bike lane or a bus lane up. Oh, my gosh, don't park in that damn lane if you had to go check in at a shipper or receiver, because you're going to get a ticket. And someplace up in the Northeast, they got some of these damn leftist mayors and I guess you could say the top-ranking officials up there, that they put cameras on buses and they can give you a ticket off of it because you're parked in a so-called bike lane or this lane or... I mean, no. I'm tired. One reason why I'm out of it, I got tired of paying for all the garbage that, yeah, for everybody else, but then you see them like these electric vehicles. Yeah, I'm finally glad they got hit. What about the e-bikes that run up and down the highway or city streets? They don't pay no taxes. We pay taxes on every highway we build. And but I don't know. Hey, I just seen it funny. I figured out where we can ship some of these illegals off to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this story out. I just seen it here a few moments ago. Russia is going to start taking in people out of India because they're short of workers over someplace up there in Russia. I don't know exactly where they're going to, but they are looking for workers. So Trump could load the planes and send them all into Moscow and drop them off and live happily ever after. But with what? Who was that before me? Was that Rubber Duck, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And he was right. I see a lot of equipment going to Ukraine. And it really ticks me off. And this is a two-part thing in my book. They listen to the ATA, then they listen to these big damn farm organizations that do not know what a truck driver is or what he goes through, or a farmer or a small farmer. We are supplying this equipment buy it with our U.S. funds to Ukraine when the damn farm bill is going to kill the American farmer. I look, hell, Arkansas and quite Kansas, Nebraska, if it doesn't turn around real damn quick, there's a bunch of them. I put it this way, land's going to be cheap for sale. And it's very, very troubling, especially when we're looking at corn and soybean crops. Like, I don't think we're going to have big enough bins to hold it, sir. Really, I don't.
It's going to be a blockbuster harvest this summer, huh? Yeah, that kind of coincides with all the corn sweat. We're talking about the humidity levels in the Corn Belt this week. All right, let's see. News break just around the corner here. Vic will be checking in ahead. Pappy's on board. I think Grump had some comments about the supposed truck driver shortage, but had to roll on. It gives us a quick moment to highlight. It's 844-844-3388. A little hotshot secret news. Of course, listeners of the show save 10% on all orders at hotshotsecret.com using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. And that's in addition to the 10% discount that's always available to military, first responders, CDL holders. So, yes, Overnight Drive at checkout. Thank you for being a listener to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. Yeah, new trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment.
A judge has sentenced Brian Koberger to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murders of 4 college students in Idaho. Koberger admitted to the 2022 murders in a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He also did not have to explain his motive for killing the students as part of that deal. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice for a criminal referral.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers coming forward.
President Trump backed Gabbard, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous. outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Rolling into a brand new day, a.k.a. Thursday. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning. I was listening to all the talk about the Indiana roads and stuff, and they've increased the fuel taxes here. Seems like it about every year or every other year, and they're still not making any progress. One of the reasons that might be is because
on all large projects, that earth moving projects, construction projects. There was a law, I guess it's still in effect, that you have to have a soil scientist on each project. Well, that sounds good, but to become a soil scientist, part of that project in the state of Indiana, you take one sophomore level agronomy soils course. It's agronomy 255 at Purdue University. What it is, other things I don't know. But Indiana is an odd place. When you get into northern Indiana, that was all a bog. It has a different type of soil. It had to be tiled before they could even grow any crops. But if that tile, and a lot of that tile has been ripped up, it's kind of wanting to revert back to the bog. So you're trying to construct a road through a bog type soil. And as you get farther down into, like you're talking about I-70, that's the break point between what's known as a hard pan soils. And that's like about, I don't know, 18, 20 inches deep. You're going to have a hard clay, it's called fragipan layer there, and that traps all the soil. And then as you look at the east-west divide, if you look at like, well, I'd have to say about where State Road 37 goes, on the western part of that, that's all on sandstone shale. On the eastern part of it, that's all limestone. So they just build roads, and they really don't pay a whole lot of attention to the supporting structure, and they don't pay a lot of attention to the drainage, not only here in Indiana, but all across the place, all across the country. And when they went to contract mowers for the roadway maintenance and everything, and used to, Indiana used regular turf type tractors to do all the maintenance on the road banks and everything. And those big tractors, they'll have like 3 or 4 bush hogs in a gang, and you'll see it all the time, where they've totally ripped up tore up, made big ruts in the drainage area. So there's a lot that goes into that, but they keep letting the contracts to the big contracts for all the road bank maintenance. I don't know if they still do or not, but I know they used to hire a lot of immigrant labor, legal or illegal, I don't know, but they just went, and instead of having a small, lighter turf type tractors, and that used to be a political appointee job. And the same thing with the people when they build the roads, the inspectors and the surveyors. That used to be a merit job. That was turned into a political job. And one of the inspectors that I knew on one of them, they were putting down concrete, and I said, well, what's the slump test on your concrete or on your cement? And he said, well, what's a slump test? Well, a slump test, you put up a cone of cement, when it's wet, and depending on how fast it goes down, you'll know what the hardness of your concrete should be. And then the rebar, I won't even get into that, but they put down a lot of just plain old rebar that is not treated with rust or plastic coating. So it's no wonder that the roads are falling apart. And this is just all simple stuff that doesn't cost one dime to put in place. But I would have to say it has more to do with political favoritism than anything. And basically, talking about the area out around the airport there, Indiana wanted United Airlines to come down to the Indianapolis airport, and they did. And then the union said, "Hey, wait a minute! You can't just leave Chicago. You've got to come back because of whatever their contract was." So that's whenever Fred G. Smith of FedEx said, "Well, if you can reroute the roads around that, I will put a hub in Indianapolis." And he put them on, Mr. Smith put them on a timeline, and I think they completed that project in record time. I'm not going to put a time to it, but I know it was amazing how much whenever they got in there and did it right to get FedEx to come to put a hub there to Indianapolis. They had that in and everything. I know well within a year. I mean, it was amazing. And I don't travel that much anymore, but I don't know how the roads are out by the airport, but last time I was that way, they were pretty good. But then, like I said, when you get farther west of the airport there on 70, that's where they've had a lot of accidents. And again, that's on a dividing line of several soil types. So that's not going to solve the problem, but, you know, if people are wondering why the roads are so bad in Indiana, that's just a real fast summation of it. So,
kind of
that's all I'm going to say for
the Reader's Digest version, as they say. Okay. All right. The clock is ticking. August 2nd will be here before you know it. And it's supposed to be I guess, one for the history books in Major League Baseball. You know, all this work to transition or transform Bristol Motor Speedway into essentially a Major League Baseball park for one night. One day of activities. I think Plowboy mentioned here a few weeks ago, I can't believe that they, why would you not set this up for, say, an entire weekend, a 3-game series or something of that nature? But August 2nd, the MLB Speedway Classic. Of course, one of NASCAR's most iconic tracks, where the Atlanta Braves and Cincinnati Reds will face off in a special regular season showdown at the last great Coliseum in Bristol, Tennessee. The matchup will be the first American or National League game played in the state of Tennessee. Baseball meets motorsports. You don't want to miss it. According to the official website, the MLB Speedway Classic just got bigger. Get ready as Tim McGraw and Pitbull hit the stage for a one-of-a-kind pregame concert you'll never forget. Fans attending the historic game can also experience an interactive fan zone that will feature live performances by Jake Owen, Timothy Wayne, Raina Roberts, and Adam Doliak. All this is going to be set up in a very festive, almost carnival or fair-like atmosphere, with the live musical performances there. The Commissioner's Trophy will be on display for fan photos. They'll have a 110-foot Ferris wheel, the MasterCard food truck row with local Tennessee cuisine, food trucks, right? Pitching tunnels and batting cages. Of course, Major League Baseball, the MLB Network, will have their live broadcast set there for people to watch. Branded Major League Baseball stock cars for photo opportunities. I'm assuming a Reds car and a Braves NASCAR. A legacy walk that will exhibit highlighting some of the great players in history from the Reds and the Braves. Some 20 business partners hosting various brand activities. The Budweiser Clydesdales, a beer garden. The team mascots. ESPN's Sports Center will be there as part of their 50 States in 50 Days live broadcast. All that for one game. All right, one for the history books. See what's going on with, hey, good morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve? Well, the paid protesters are out there again, Steve. They don't like Stephen Colbert's show getting canceled. Did you see that?
I did not. I didn't realize
there
were protests over that. No, I mean, they said it's purely based on finances. I mean, the show's losing money.
Like $100 million a year.
Yeah.
Is that the purpose of having any type of business is to make money? Yeah. what was funny, Steve, is most of these. Remember, I told you they have. I can't remember if I said it on air or not, but anyway, back on July 4th when we were supposed to have them, or no, when was it? We were supposed to have some protests around town. Maybe it was the 3rd, the day of the parade, because I was off the 4th. The day of the parade, remember?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck was that protest called? Anti-King Day or whatever the heck it was. I don't know. Anyway, we had some protesters out in Anderson Township, and they were mostly older folks. And that's the same way with these protesters with Steve. I saw some video footage of it, and they were 80-90% of them were all in their 60s. I don't know if these are leftover, whacked out 60s hippies or something. I don't know, Steve. But all carrying their signs. You know they're all getting paid. Paid protesters. Wonder how much they make. Same way with that incident on the bridge Eagle was talking about. You know, that they did not have a permit. You have to get a permit. They did not get a permit. It started out kind of okie dokie. And I don't know if you've seen the video of the SUV that came along and was trying to get on the other side of the bridge.
And they all ran out and got in front of it and made him stop the vehicle. Yeah.
Yeah. You know. So things got a little ugly. Apparently they were protesting the deportation of one of their Islamic religious persons, I think.
The dude that worked at Children's Hospital, and I guess his visa was revoked, so he was, I guess, taken in by ICE to be sent back to his home country.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Why his visa was revoked, I can't recall. It seems to me I heard why, but I can't remember why.
He was a member of an organization that had something to do with like the Muslim Brotherhood, which I guess they say is not technically a terrorist organization, but that's they didn't think he was good to be here, right?
Right. I don't think it takes much to get your visa revoked. If you're not in the best interest of the United States, sorry about your luck. See you, bye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, Eagle wanted me to comment, so Eagle, if you're listening, I'll comment on it. The video where the one man, there was another lady too, that was resisting arrest.
Okay.
And the video obviously doesn't look good, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, we didn't get to see all the video. Now, let me ask you this, Steve. Where was he resisting arrest at? On the bridge, on the railing. And a few years prior to that, there was an officer killed because he went over the side of that railing. I don't know if it was on the same bridge or not, but it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to take somebody into custody, and a fight broke out, and he got tossed over the bridge. So it's a very, very dangerous situation there. Now, I did catch part of a news conference where they were reading the officer's statements, right, in his use of force report, apparently.
Okay.
Why he was inflicting, right terminology here, why he was doing what he was doing to try to get this guy into custody. So apparently, prior to that, you didn't see on the video, I think it's on the body cam video, this guy tried to either take his taser or tried to take a pepper ball gun away from him or something, right? There you got, I mean, Steve, once you go down that road, right, you try to remove any type of equipment off of a police officer's belt or out of his hands, it's game off. Sorry. If somebody tries to take a police officer's gun, you have to assume they're probably going to take it and use it on the officer. If he tried to take his taser, Steve, and he tases the police officer with his own taser, that police officer is rendered down and out for the count. And now what can happen? They can reach down and get his gun, kick him in the head, whatever. So, you know, I mean, you made the statement, yes, I do use of force investigations. With just based on that video alone, can't make a determination whether that was excessive use of force.
Okay.
Does it look good? No. It don't look good. Nobody likes seeing somebody get punched in the head. But then again, if this guy would have let go of the railing and would have just put his hands behind his back, I'll put it this way. It was probably bad techniques on the part of the officer. Okay? There's probably other ways. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say probably. There are other ways, right, to get handcuffs on somebody without pounding them in the head. But if the officer felt that this is what he needed to do to get him and get control of him, you know, I'd have to see the rest of the story, as the saying goes.
I mean, the one I saw, I mean, there were several officers trying to bring him down, and there were other officers that had, were they pepper balls or bean bags, you know, the less than lethal that they were hitting these guys with.
Yeah, there was a photo of some lady showed the bottom of her legs, right, from the knee down, and she got pepper balled, man, you know, and these things leave welts, see? You know, she might have been hit with some rubber bullets. There's a design, you don't shoot these rubber buckshots directly at somebody. You're supposed to shoot them on the ground. They will bounce off the ground, stay about a foot off the deck, and hit people in the shins and stuff. There's a deterrent to get out of there. So, yeah, you know, I don't know. We'll wait and see. I mean, it'll come out here shortly if they didn't already, you know, if the Covington Police Department decides, if anything, if they're going to discipline this officer or not. So, we'll see. I wanted to talk about Obama real quick here, Steve. So Obama finally came out, gave a statement. He's saying this is all ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. First of all, he's denying anything. When they got the goods on him, Steve, the question is, he's going to use the Presidential Act, which he probably has a right to do. So I don't know if anything will come of it or not. Now, I'm not sure. I have to look into this. Maybe Vic might know, or Grump. I don't think the president's covered under a treasonous charge. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Okay.
I mean, the Democrats, the Presidential Act, it gives protection against the President of the United States in the official course of his duties conducting business of the President of the United States from being charged criminally for any of his actions. You follow me? In other words, say Trump nukes, or not nukes, say when Trump just dropped them bunker busters on Iran, right? I don't know, say things went south and he doesn't have this protection, and Congress decides to charge him with some criminal act. It would restrict the presidents from making any decisions, tough decisions that have to be made sometimes, right? Oh my God, if I do this and it goes south, they're going to try to charge me. So they're protected. It cannot be charged if they are conducting the business in the official course of their duties. Now, that doesn't mean the President of the United States can walk down the street, pull out a gun, and shoot somebody in the head and kill them. That's not acting in the official course of the President's duties.
Right.
That's out of the scope. So Obama's going to use this. He's going to say, I was protected. Anything can happen. I was conducting official business as a President of the United States. I don't know if that's going to fly under a treason charge. That's what he's going to claim. And Clapper already came out and made say, hey, I was just following orders, man. Hey, Steve, all these bigwigs, the ones you're seeing their names come out, the CIA director, the FBI director, all these people.
Like Brennan could be
Clapper,
charged, though, right?
Brennan, yeah. Brennan, all these people were sending emails to one another, okay? And other people involved in this. They were covering their ass. They threw Obama under the bus in case something happened and they got caught, because they knew this was illegal and this was a coup against a soon-to-be president and president, that they could be in trouble. So they were sending emails to themselves and
trying to say the true narrative is nothing's there, but we're going to change the true narrative. All right, we got to pause there. Tell gets you into the factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says if it was up to President Trump, he would have forced Bryan Kohberger to speak at his sentencing hearing. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the country mourns the lives of the 4 University of Idaho students Kohberger killed and prays for their families.
We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer.
Kohberger received life in prison without the possibility of parole for each of the murders. In a recent social media post, Trump said he hoped the judge would make Kohberger explain why he did it. Prosecutor said he couldn't be forced to speak because that's not part of the plea deal. The White House says former President Obama tried to sabotage President Trump after his 2016 election victory. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the newly declassified documents confirmed those allegations.
The Obama administration manufactured politicized intelligence, which was later used as the justification for baseless smears against President Trump.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said Obama officials suppressed evidence and withheld the truth from the American people. Leavitt says the documents also further confirm there is no collusion between President Trump and Russia. Obama calls the allegations outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. There are questions over the future of FEMA. California Congressman John Garamendi at a Capitol Hill hearing says he's concerned about what he's hearing from the White House.
In June, Trump said FEMA could be eliminated as soon as December, saying he wanted to wean off FEMA and bring it back to the state level.
The Bay Area Democrat says 1/3 of FEMA's staffers were eliminated in the DOGE process. The acting director, David Richardson, was criticized for his leadership. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 507 points. The S&P 500 rose by 49 points. The Nasdaq gained 127 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Kamala Harris may not have an easy path to the governor's mansion in California.
Former vice president has said that she'll make a decision by the end of summer, which is fast approaching, and Democratic donors are ready to shell out some big bucks. While most recent polls say Harris would have no problem winning if the vote was today, some strategists say her name recognition may not be enough to glide to victory. Some political experts are now saying that the potential challengers, both Democrats and Republicans, will use her failed presidential bid and possible Biden health cover-up as ammunition. I'm Jason Campadonia.
Mental health is in the spotlight after the brother of a late NFL star crashed his car into a post office.
Legal analyst Stephen Clark says this may be the best thing that's happened to Richard Tillman, who will receive mental health support in custody.
He will receive the opportunity for services and medication.
Richard's brother, Pat Tillman, left football behind and chose to serve his country in Afghanistan as an Army Ranger. Richard's family says he has faced mental health struggles for years and has not received proper help. I'm Brian Shook.
The price of Hershey chocolate is about to go up.
The Hershey Company confirmed Tuesday that it plans to raise its prices due to the increasing cost of cocoa and other ingredients. Cocoa is harvested mostly in West Africa, where cocoa crops have been hit hard by climate change and disease, causing prices to skyrocket. The price change is expected to take effect in the near future. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, final hour, off and rolling, here we go. Thursday, weekend on the horizon. Yeah, we left off chatting with Pappy about the whole latest Obama scenario, which many are saying the paper trail is essentially a smoking gun with the series of emails and the intel reports that clearly stated we find no indications Russian interference played any role in the 2016 election, but we had to change that narrative. Spearheaded, according to the documents, which more documents to be forthcoming, according to Tulsi Gabbard. But you look at some of these headlines. Let me see here. Reuters News headline: Trump accuses Obama of treason in escalating attacks over the 2016 Russian probe. Okay, that's pretty factual. New York Times, targeting Obama. Trump's retribution campaign. That's what it is, a retribution campaign. It takes another turn. Al Jazeera. The Trump administration leans into unsubstantiated claims that Obama committed treason. Some of our left-leaning headlines. I don't know, when you have documentation, is that considered unsubstantiated?
Steve, they got the goods, man. They're making that clear. Sometimes when you start an investigation, like I've been saying the last couple of nights, you kind of start in the middle or the bottom and work your way up. So you got agents in the CIA that the director or deputy director ordered these agents, right, to tamper, reverse their findings about Russian collusion, falsely accused Trump of collusion with the Russians in the 2016 election, and leak this false intel to the press. They are emailing themselves and their co-workers, hey, we were ordered to do this, right? Yes, sir, we sure were. Deputy director ordered us to do this. What's the deputy director doing? I was ordered by the director to do this, right? And now what's Clapper doing? I was ordered by the President of the United States to do this. And what's Obama doing? Hey, nothing illegal here. I was acting in the official course of my duties as the President of the United States. So we'll see what happens. I don't know, man. It's going to be very, very interesting. I seriously doubt, Steve, that we're going to see Obama on trial for treason.
Right.
They might be able to come up with some, I don't know. But now, there was hearings conducted. A lot of intel people testifying in Congress. They lied to Congress. They got them on perjury. They can prove it. Everything I just said, hey, I was ordered to do it. Well, when they testified in Congress, no, none of this happened. I don't know what you're talking about. I never did that.
They all lied before Congress under oath.
All under oath. And now you got the Democrats, Steve. And what's funny, do you remember, Steve, the Democrats were talking about prior to the election, hey, we need to move this, we need to remove this protection from the president, right? That's been in place since the get-go. They wanted to remove that presidential act so they could literally, charge Trump with every little thing he's going to do. And there's senators out here today. I just saw it. We don't indict former presidents. This is strictly political. This is a sham. This is a threat to our democracy.
Yeah, right. Always.
We don't indict former presidents. Excuse me, pal? What? All right. Supposedly, I saw something. I think I saved it. I'll send it to you on Messenger. I don't know if I posted it or not. I don't think I did. Matter of fact, I think it was Heatwave posted something on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive fan page that there was a list that was released today. So all your listeners, if you're on the fan page, I forget which one it is, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Heatwave that posted it. It was a podcast. A couple guys talking and going through this list, Steve. And they're all Hollywood elites. Most of them. But that one Hollywood actor just in prison right now. Take on it. Likes little boys. Anyway, I can't think of his name. It's Alzheimer's kicking in, old age. Everybody, man, I just hit it on the tip of my tongue. Everybody likes to impersonate him. He's a good impersonator. A lot of Hollywood names on that list, and they also listed that there was some on there more than just once. Clinton several times. And listen, Steve, let's put this out here, man. We got to be fair. Just because somebody was on that plane or on that list, that doesn't mean they're involved in any of the shenanigans,
right? Or
illegal acts or devilish acts committed against young girls or boys. Okay, that's not we're not the leftists.
It's just the flight logs of people who flew aboard, and it's of course Epstein was amongst the lifestyles of the rich and famous. That's the people that he hung out with.
And these guys in the podcast were making some good points, Steve. Is that anybody that hung around him just a little bit, especially if you were on the flight, because once this deal down in Florida and he got off his work release prison term, right, he went right back to business. He was still flying down to that island, and people were still jumping on the plane to go with him. So, I mean, if you're going down there if your name's on that plane multiple times, and especially after the Florida deal, I mean, you got to know what this guy's up to, And they made the comment that people in his surroundings, they all knew what he was up to. If you hung around him long enough, you know what I mean? So, but, some of these Hollywood elites, hey, man, the guy's got this island. He's a billionaire. Let's go take a trip. All right, man, I'll go with you. Doesn't mean they were all involved or got videotapes on every one of these people or something. But, all right, we'll see what happens here, Steve. Interesting times. Make no mistake about it, though, man. Heard somebody else make this comment that the United States, I mean, we've been saying this like for months and months and months and months, but we are at the crossroad. We're coming down to where this is the fight now between the global. Who's going to win America here? Is it going to be the globalist? Or is it going to be the mega crowd? Are we going to take this country back? Because we still haven't taken it back. We're still fighting for it. But who's going to win this fight? So we're still at that crossroad, man. And I think the battle of the bulge, man, it's getting ready to go down.
Yep.
All right, Steve, appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe. Hammer down, keep it between the spotted and the solid. Thanks a bunch.
All right. Always good to hear from you, Pappy. Thanks for chiming in. All right, about 16 past the hour. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 71 degrees where you at, Bassett, Nebraska. After some much-needed rest, got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed west to the corn patch for a short trip and always at a high rate of speed. Hey, special shout-out to all the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive crowd from Bassett Livestock Sales.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right. right. Well, speaking of the two-time world champion bull hauler, there he is, live and in person. Morning, Mr. Weiss.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Here we are, Thursday, weekend on the horizon. What do you say?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for that advertisement for me before the break there. But, hey, I was listening to Vic talk last hour about highway construction there in Indiana, and some of the things he said brought me back to thinking when the hot blonde wife and I got married, we were living in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and she was office manager for the Wyoming Contractors Association, and they were set up so that anybody that does highway construction in a state that's going to work, there's a federal fund called Davis-Bacon funding, and each state has Indiana would have the same association, and it's all tied into the American General Contractors Association. And what the Davis-Bacon funding does is those are the ones, if you want to do highway construction on like interstates, U.S. highways, etc., you have to take that Davis-Bacon funding, and it dictates that you have to pay the prevailing wage in that area for your laborers and that. And then on top of that, I remember being at a big conference they had in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and those contractors would tell you what they don't advertise is that the federal government also stipulates the parameters for how they want you to build the highway. And I'll never forget these guys telling me that there were two different ways to build a highway. There was the right way and the government way, and I never ever forgot that. But they call that Davis-Bacon funding on that. And you have to hire a certain number of, this is clear back 30 years ago in the 90s too, Steve. But back then you had to hire a certain number of people, and some of them had to be more of a diverse crowd even back then. But it was, and you could pay what if you were paying a little bit lower in your own private practices, and the wage for that job was higher, you had to pay that higher wage to them, but you were getting the money from the government to do that with. And they said they didn't mind building highways that way because it meant that they were going to be coming back every 10 to 15 years to redo the highway. So I just wanted to throw that in there because Vic was mentioning that. And I don't know, on a private toll road like that, I don't know if they do it that way or not. But most of the highway funds that are out here come through the government for these interstates, just that, and roads have to be built to their specifications. So anyway, that's all I had tonight, Steve.
Hi, good to hear from you, and take it slow with that powerful chrome-plated cow truck. There you go. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. General Motors experiencing a dive in profits. That news as leadership continues touting electric vehicles. According to the Daily Mail, GM reported $1.89 billion in net income for the second quarter, a sharp $1.1 billion decline from $2.93 billion during the same period last year. That's a 35% drop from the previous quarter alone, noting it happened amid regulatory upheaval and tariff pressure. GM's been trying to win over President Trump's administration, even though some of the company's initiatives that include trying to keep electric vehicle mandates and subsidies do not align with his agenda. And when Trump first announced tariffs on imported cars to the U.S. market, GM CEO Mary Barra jumped to seemingly support the tariffs, despite the automaker importing millions of foreign-made cars every few years. Of course, now with the passage of the big, beautiful bill that cut consumer subsidies for electric vehicles and changed corporate fuel economy targets. However, Barra has held on to the company's electric vehicle strategy, reportedly telling shareholders in a recent letter that the company is growing in electric vehicles because people love what they have to offer. Despite slower electric vehicle industry growth, we believe the long-term future is profitable electric vehicle production, she says. This continues to be our North Star. Now, it was just last year where Barra remained committed to taking the company fully electric by the year 2035, even though third quarter earnings showed electric vehicles were not profitable. That's the plan that we're still executing, she said at the time. Now, of her plans to fully transition to EVs by 2035, regardless of who's in the White House. Now, she first made that commitment all the way back in 2021 when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office. That commitment, though, has not made electric vehicles any more profitable. Meanwhile, GM did recently announced plan to expand production of gas-powered vehicles in Michigan. We shared that last week, which on the surface made it sound as though they're kind of maybe seeing the light that, hey, the EV thing by 2035, it ain't going to work. Now, they do say, well, GM has seen a surge in electric vehicle sales recently. Overall, in this country, consumer demand has not met expectations. And that's pretty much across the board with all the electric vehicle manufacturers. A federal grand jury in Indiana finds a Florida man guilty of taking part in a wide-ranging interstate cargo theft scheme, targeting truckers hauling goods for national companies like Facebook, Microsoft, and L Brands. 51-year-old Juan Perez Gonzalez, guilty on charges of conspiracy, possession of goods stolen from interstate commerce, and interstate transportation of stolen property, according to the statement this past day from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Indiana. Now, there were 5 co-conspirators that had already pleaded guilty to participating in the same cargo theft scheme. Officials say between December of 2021 and May of 2023, Perez Gonzalez and his co-conspirators conspired to steal semi-trucks loaded with high-end electronics and other items in southern Indiana and other states, transported the stolen cargo to Florida where it was sold at a discounted rate. The attorney's office described the cargo theft operation. The co-conspirators traveled to various locations, including Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio, to target various distribution facilities used by national companies, Facebook, Microsoft, L Brands. They surveilled these facilities and followed semi-tractor trailers as they departed. When a driver would stop to rest, refuel, or park, the conspirators stole the entire tractor trailer. In many instances, the group abandoned the stolen tractor nearby and reattached the trailer to a different semi-tractor that they operated to evade law enforcement. They painted over logos and identifying numbers and used different license plates on the stolen trailers. All right, 844-844-3388. Coming up, a news break, and real quick, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I sentenced the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment.
A judge has sentenced Brian Koberger to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murders of 4 college students in Idaho. Koberger admitted to the 2022 murders in a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He also did not have to explain his motive for killing the students as part of that deal. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice for a criminal referral.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers coming forward.
President Trump backed Gabbard, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A Superstock diesel puller lived the same dream 2 nights in a row.
In mini, Grandpa got up early to be the last one standing. This, as the thunder rumbled but the Lions still roared in Chapel Hill. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 50th anniversary Lions Super Bowl of the South once again infused Lions Motorsports Park with a thrill of horsepower last Friday and Saturday, despite a dreary forecast that threatened both sessions. In fact, Friday's performance was terminated by showers that followed the mid-session celebratory fireworks program and the first ever appearance of Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks in exhibition. Undaunted, the Lions track crew weathered the deluge that lasted until the daytime hours, then untarped the track and went about their business of prepping a pulling surface for the coming onslaught of over 90 entries. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Brandon Hunt from Herndon, Kentucky had 2 late class charges to sweep the weekend with his Living a Dream Case IH. Colin Ross recovered from a tough run on Friday to match Hunt with a pull-off-worthy distance Saturday before both teams chose discretion and finished in a tie. The results propelled Ross's triple bypass to sole possession of the points lead after the Degenhardts Diggin' Hard landed outside the top 5 both nights, while Tina Belfast made her competition debut on husband John's Chain Reaction and scored a Saturday 5th. Next up, Fort Recovery. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, it is safe to say Injected Funds is out of its funk. Two-time defender Brent Meyer had all the answers on a green, as in fresh, track on Saturday after Friday's washout and put 7 feet on the field with his John Deere. Elijah Brown's Green with Envy was the closest, just edging the crowd favorite Orange Youngblood Agco of Braden Schromick. The shuffle left Meyer team tractor loud and heavy atop the points heading to Brandenburg. In four-wheel drive, the Holmans have considered aloud wintering in Chapel Hill when they retire, but Larry Peterson is summering there once again. His Profab geared-up Chevrolet found the groove in Session 2 and cleared TOMA winner and standings leader Jake Zaring's Rule number 19 by 10 feet to claim the class's only weekend trophy and the 10th of his own in Tennessee. Peterson now trails Zaring by a single point heading to Brandenburg. In CM Bowling Tires Modified Mini, a 5-way tie atop the trophy stand resulted from a Session 1 pull-off that was first deferred and then destroyed by the curtain-closing rains. But Lindsey Campbell doesn't mind. The Washington, Pennsylvania puller was among those 5 and then took second in Session 2 with her short fuse to match veteran Adam Kessler's Footloose for the points lead. As for the win on Saturday, go West Grandpa, as in Brian Guzza's Grandpa's Disaster, which drew the test hook both nights and could not be caught the second time after its 320-foot pass. On to the fort. And in Unlimited, Doug Theobald's 3-engine full-blown Wicked is making believers in what has traditionally been a 4 or more power plant division. Theobald had them all humming on Friday for a 1-foot win over David Richardson's foursome. Then on Saturday, Adam Bauer's cross-threaded reasserted the awesome power of 5 engines with a 2-foot margin over Joe Ader's E-Max. Meanwhile, the Benedict Criswell team's newly minted Makin' Sense continues to lead the division with steady finishes. Fort Recovery is next. This weekend, it's the annual Grand National Split. The Fort Recovery Grand Nationals in 3 sessions, and the Meade County Fair Grand Nationals in 2 sessions this Friday and Saturday, July 25th and 26th, in Fort Recovery, Ohio, and Brandenburg, Kentucky, respectively. Full Pull Live will stream both, and NTPAPOLL.com and the NTPA mobile app will cover both, as well as regional events in Anoka and Houston, Minnesota, Menominee, Wisconsin, Imlay City, Michigan, and Marysville, Ohio. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, now we're up to speed. Yes, some of the action gets underway tomorrow. Fort Recovery, right? As we kick off the weekend. Rolling through the heart of Dixie, you say. Good morning, Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, senor. Yep. Yeah, I forgot just how hilly I-20 can be in parts of the Alabama and surrounding states. My goodness gracious. It's been a while since I've been down on this interstate, but that's been a pretty smooth ride so far. Oh, let's see here. Dadgummit, I just drew a blank.
Did you?
Yeah, I was.
Have you heard all the people taking your name in vain right about now? Heat wave, this damn heat wave.
Well, all I gotta say is, y'all be begging for one come wintertime when it's 0 or below 0 kind of weather. So
bingo.
Yeah, I'll take the average. Yep. So, anyways, yeah, I was the one that posted that on your fan page, the list of the people that flew the Lolita Express down to wherever it was that he had his island at. And it's not saying that every one of them or any of them participated in the debauchery down there. But, there's your list of people that have been to Epstein's Island. And if Trump's name was listed on there, the Democrats be all up in arms, screaming he's a rapist, he's raping little children.
Mm-hmm.
And, since his name isn't on there, they can't say a whole hell of a lot because it doesn't help their narrative any to do that. As far as the claim that, we have a driver shortage. No, what we have is a shortage of good drivers up here. Now, we don't need to be importing any others from other countries. We got enough idiots of our own out here to deal with. We don't need to be dealing with outside drivers coming in thinking they know what in the hell they're doing, when we can see what happens, especially with these carriers like Amazon Prime. Dadgummit, I don't know who this character is, but he's driving a TGT trailer, number 113, heading westbound on 20. He decided he wanted to come over in my lane, and I'm still there with this trailer. It's people like this. I don't know if he's from here or he's from out of country, but these are the idiots we need to keep out of the damn country. They don't speak English. They don't respect the highways. They don't respect anyone else out here. And when they're tired, they start driving. They could do better weaving than a loom out there, making clothing. This is the kind of stuff we need to get rid of. And I don't mean to be venting on you or anybody, but
did you have to back off real quick or begin to merge into the emergency lane to let them get by, or what?
Yeah, I had to get close to the shoulder before he recovered, and then he keeps on in that lane, and he's passing another tractor right now.
Wow.
But this is the kind of crap we don't need out here. There is no respect in this industry for anybody but yourself. And there needs to be a hell of a lot more camaraderie out here to understand, hey, if you're tired, we understand, pull off. Find a place and pull off. Dadgummit. So that is a prime example of what we don't need out here. And I don't know what else to say about that. We just need to have our own homegrown drivers that respect the roads, that understand that, we're all out here, we're all sacrificing something. Just because you've seen Smokey and the Bandit all 9 videos 100 times does not mean you are, an #1 driver out here. So, but two companies, like they were talking, Louis Pugh and Sean, what's his name there for the Teamsters. Yes, you need to have benefits that will attract a driver and keep them within the company. You see companies out here that are advertising, oh, hey, we got 43 cents a mile. We got 53 cents a mile. Well, that might be good for someone starting out who has nothing. Them potentially making, $43,000, $53,000 a year. But when you have been in the industry for as long as a lot of us have, that's chump change. And that's not even saying that you're going to even get 100,000 miles a year. A lot of us have families. A lot of our kids have already grown out, but we still have the houses. We still have the cars. I've got a $1,500 monthly mortgage on the house, that I pay on. And the car, or the Tahoe that I got the wife just recently, that's almost equivalent to a house payment of about $1,200 a month for the next 7 years. you need to have the pay, and you need the insurance benefits. I think right now where I work, we have Cigna, and I dread going to any medical center because the Cigna insurance is absolute crap. For me, anyways. They didn't pay for my ambulance ride last year when I had needed to go in and get seen because I couldn't even stand up. I couldn't even sit. I was slouched, and I needed Lady Heatwave and my daughter to come up and help me stand up. They wouldn't pay for the ambulance ride, and they have such a high damn deductible that my emergency room visit wasn't even covered. Mm-hmm. So I mean, there's $1,500 right there. And when I had the Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Mexico insurance with a former company that's now defunct, that would have been covered. So, yeah, I'm making more money now with the company that I'm with, but I really wish they'd have better insurance. And I think that's going to be a lot of people out there saying, yeah, better insurance would be a great plus. So, but I mean, other than that, the insurance with this company I'm with now, that's the only complaint I have. So, anyway, yeah, what else is going on out there? Oh, you're that USA Radio News or whatever the hell it is that we got now?
Yeah.
They got that one gentleman saying, well, the reason why the African country is so desolate is because of climate change. We're not going to have chocolate. Well, there's about four different things they could do. How about you go ahead and build an irrigation system that would be able to irrigate your land while you're planting these things? I don't know how much water a chocolate plant takes, but, and two, why don't you plant some corn out there so you can start humidifying your area? 3, why don't you go ahead and put some windmills up there so they can have the air getting blown around a little bit more, like the tower, the wind generators. And 4, why don't you put some solar panels out there to heat it up a little bit? Maybe you could cook up some rain. Just climate change. Good night. It's just something to keep that damn narrative in the news. Oh, it's climate change. It's climate change. The climate changes every year. In some places, you have a wet season, a rainy season for 6 months, and then you have a dry season for 6 months. And I'm talking about Panama. That's what I experienced down there. There was your climate change. It wasn't nothing about the weather, heat-wise. It was the wet season, the dry season. We've got 4 seasons up here. It's going to be hot in the summer. It's going to be cold in the wintertime. And you're going to be going from cold to warm in the spring and warm to cold in the fall. Yeah, that's climate.
Happens every year, doesn't it?
I don't know. It seems like it does to me. And I've only been on this earth 58 years, and that's what I've been experiencing so far. So, I don't know. Maybe I just don't have a... maybe I'm not thinking outside the box, I don't know. But yeah, that's about it for me. The electric car mandates, but good Lord. GM, you got to understand, we do not want your product, and we will not be force-fed what you think we want. What I want something that's dependable and reliable. I know the diesel engines work. I know that gasoline engines work. I know I can get miles out of these vehicles that I have without having to find and worry about, where can I plug in for 13 hours to recharge these batteries? Those may be good ideas for big cities. I won't consider Albuquerque a big city, but I think it's big enough where, you could probably have something at your house to drive around that's not a gasoline car. Fine. But for these longer trips, but you have to go 200, 300, 400 miles or better, how many times are you going to have to recharge? And how often are you going to have to be sitting there when you do recharge? And are there any rechargeable stations along your route?
And in most,
I'm sorry, I'm not going to spend.
And in most cases, there's not. Very, very limited as far as charging accessibility out there. Alrighty, headed down the home stretch here. The unintended consequences. Did anybody make any forecast or predictions that this would happen? Yes, the answer is yes. Yeah, we talked about it here ad nauseum. But California's new $20 per hour minimum wage for fast food workers. Lo and behold, resulting in a significant decline in employment in that sector. 18,000 fewer jobs than would have been the case otherwise, according to the new release from the National Bureau of Economic Research this month. We analyzed the effect of California's $20 fast food minimum wage, which was enacted in September of 23, went into effect in April of last year, and when it comes to employment in the fast food sector. In unadjusted data from the quarterly census of employment and wages, we find that employment in California's fast food sector declined by 2.7% relative to employment in the fast food sector elsewhere in the United States. Adjusting for pre-AB 1228 trends increases the differential decline to 3.2%. Long story short, the Employment Policies Institute estimated that non-tipped restaurant workers lost 250 hours of work annually, translating into up to $4,000 in lost income. That drop equates to 7 weeks of work each year per employee. In other words, what would be full-timers in the past, we said, would be cut down to part-timers in the future. The California Globe reported that thousands of fast food jobs were shed by companies in anticipation of the higher cost, including 1,200 drivers at Pizza Hut. Once the law took in effect, April of last year, many restaurants automating everything they could to avoid the higher wages. Some fast food restaurants just shut their doors. Stanford University data indicated over 10,000 fast food jobs were already lost by June of last year.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, hello to Truck and Phil here this Thursday morning. Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. And we start off at 73 this morning. 93 the high at Fort Wayne. 77 to 87 in Newaygo, Michigan. Here we go. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back once again. Have a great day, everyone. It's almost Friday. Roll on, Knuckle Buster. There you go, from Truck and Phil. Earlier, we were talking worst cities in the country for congestion. Washington, D.C. now taking the top of the list. Philip asked, did they have any stats on road rage or the most aggressive drivers? All right, so a new study by Forbes shows drivers in some states experience these aggressive drivers a lot more than others. They looked at several different categories and gave a percentage of drivers who reported confrontational behaviors and then gave each state a score from 0 to 100 based on their findings. Behaviors they looked at, being forced off the road, blocked from merging or changing lanes, cut off on purpose, tailgating, being insulted or threatened. Yeah, where do you think? The worst driver. Let's, real quick, we'll go from number 10. Maryland at number 10. New York, followed by Indiana, 7, tied actually with Virginia. Mississippi, Colorado, Oklahoma, Utah at number 3, Missouri at number 2. Number 1, California. Total score out of 100 was 100. Some aggressive drivers. All right, served a reason. All right, have a great day. We'll close things out there here this Thursday morning. We've got our Friday edition coming your way beginning at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,